for joining us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it for Group Dad Session 45.
You bet.
All right. That was the most excited I have ever seen all of you. So nice job.
We try. It's
It's a little
45.
stressful. We're about to siege a fortress or something.
I don't know why this is so stressful. You all are having all these other people do your jobs. I'm just kidding. I'm
not like we're
kidding.
fighting a
I'm
god.
serious.
Delegation.
Oh, yeah, who would fight a god? Who would do
Jeez.
something like that?
Who would?
Absolute morons.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so session 44, we spent on the second day of night. We left the Dast to the Ivrai, and we are planning to attack the Satoric Citadel with an amphibious or flying. Right, doesn't really matter at that point. You're just going to come from the western side, and Salinar, Enclave of the Druids, they're going to be kind of taking the north and attacking the wall segment there, and the Ivrai will attack the south. What this will yield, hopefully, is the intention is to draw the mass of the horde that pretty much circles through the citadel that you'd have to chomp through to be able to get in the direction of the tower. Now, it's not going to stop you, however, from potentially facing creatures that will be lingering or maybe around the tower itself that will be staying in defense. But you're hoping that the majority, if not all of them, that's the hope, right? Are not really going to be in your way. Now, as far as this agreement that was made with the Dask, the lizard folk that you spoke to, you kind of were saying, hey, by the way, such and such this. I'm not going to get into the dynamics of it because at the end of the day, it doesn't seem like any of you are going to uphold the bargain if these lizard folks survive whatever's about to happen. So,
I don't know.
I mean, I was going to. But
okay, all
Yeah.
right.
The rest of the party.
If they live, we'll help them.
Okay, we'll keep track then. Keep track of help. What you're doing for them. So, now what they're going to kind of do is send an attack towards the eastern tower of Versatra, and really draw the forces away of Grugash themselves. Maybe that's like what you're hoping for, right? You're hoping that the dragon will be called to the tower in some fashion as the North Tower of Versatra, right? And so you're hopeful for that. As far as the story and some of these other little nuanced details of the recap, they mentioned that their information, this agreement that the Dask had made to preserve them, to keep them alive, the might of the dragon, and kind of gain an advantage, so to speak, in competition with the other lizard folk tribes, was they gave information in pathways and other kind of areas to traverse through the marshes without encountering harm. Some of these areas of travel would be like areas of travel that you would be able to kind of get through something where we talk about like horses or wagons, right? That kind of thing, being like, oh, is there like a path that we can take that we can actually get a wagon or something through here, right? And that's kind of the information, the level of what they were giving. Now, we didn't actually go any further into that at all. We didn't probe anything further than that, but that was kind of that nuanced detail that you might try to find as being a little bit odd, given that they're not really fixated with any dealings of a nefarious sort outside of the marsh. Not saying that, obviously, fighting their competition in that way, be like, just kill him, is great. So, obviously, we'll operate in the gray, and that's what happened. So we are gonna start the session. We're gonna be back at the Ivrai. We're at the Ivrai fort. The attack will occur in 1.5 cycles, and hoping for light here. So basically, what's gonna happen is you're gonna finish this, come into light, go through another series of dark, and then into light. That's what you intend. Is that correct?
Sounds about right.
Okay.
Yep.
So the question here would be downtime stuff before we get going on anything, to see if anybody wants to prep anything or do anything before you all head out. If not, we'll just kind of fast track everything until the moment.
I might throw together a few basic potions. We've seen a few instances of exhaustion, and I've only got one potion of fatigue left, so I might try to throw together maybe one or two more of those if time allows.
Yeah. We're welcome to make that check for you.
Yep. Actually, I think it's only a rare, and with the tools of expertise, I should be able to pass that by default now.
Yeah, there's nothing you need to roll, but I don't know if you're working off if you're going to do. You said potion of fatigue. Is that what you said?
Yeah, let me just double check the material it requires. I'm gonna pull up the sheet.
Yeah, if it's
Should be
you're
fine,
there's
Goob.
as long as you just have proficiency, you're good to go.
Fine flask of goop. I think I have some of those. Let me double check that. For some reason, I thought it was fine thorns. Yeah, I've got goop. Okay, so I'll do maybe two of those. Deduct some of the goop.
Okay.
So Kanan has been waiting for some downtime, and we haven't really had much. We've kind of been busy ever since we got here. But he would like to take out the heart in a jar that we have and examine it and see if he can make heads or tails out of like what sort of state it's in, why the dragon wants it,
Okay.
what kind of power it might have.
You can attempt a religion check, or you can see about an arcana check. It depends on the outlook of what you're kind of looking for. And so if you're doing just a general, I'm just probing for information, you could always try investigation if it's just like an intelligence based check. But if you're trying to glean more of like, was there magic that was cast on this in the sense that like somebody threw something on it and then now it's enchanted or whatever, or you're trying to be like more religion based, like if this is some sort of thing that this god would have to do with this heart, right?
Mm.
Something that they would necessarily need. So in religious terms, so the religious text, the religious terms would be your place in how your body and your heart is at the center of your body, right? It is a vessel for the spirit and the soul, right? Talk about how the spirit and how that bonding of the soul and those memories and things, the heart is usually depicted in most religious texts and scripture as the center of that, where that actually is found. So, what they might have use of it is it could hold some sort of power to be able to bring Kalima back. That having that is something that they need to be able to bring them back. Now, don't know for certain, but the pumping of it and how it's still like alive is very unnatural magic. Religious, like in terms of a religious purview, undead don't have beating hearts. They don't have souls. So
Right.
undead would not have what is happening to this heart. So if that's the case, then this has to still be alive. It still has to have something to do with the soul tied to it, and it's used as a vessel for that. As far as the powers of the dragon, Grugash, they might have powers to be able using something along the lines of resurrection or some sort of revival, revivify. If there's a homebrew, you're thinking in your head maybe there's something, a feature or something like that mechanically, but narratively, it might just be a piece of what is left. The story goes, though, which your character would know, which is told a couple times, is that Kalima's body was still intact. So for a resurrection spell to be done, they don't need necessarily the heart. So that is kind of off the table at this point. So you're more thinking, I think, as a character, and your religion check 21 here would be more to do with the soul and how it's being sustained. Almost like it's trapped or something. and it's not being released.
Given that, I think he's going to see if he can find a way to take the soul from the heart and put it into his staff to make sure they can't use it for anything. Which he would. It technically has one now, so he'd have to go like shoot a demon out in the woods or something and then come back. Let it loose on the zombies or whatever.
Gotcha.
You
Probably,
soul sucker.
you probably trick out a little bit, right? You're just kind of
Yeah, just go out of ways,
Ooh.
just turn it loose. Like,
finding a way to send it and get it loose. Sure, why not? You could also, if you I think we talked about the staff. Just canonically, you're able to release the soul when you want to. You
oh,
don't
just
have
let it
to
go without having
just
to
let
summon
it
the demon.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, he can do that. Yeah. I wasn't sure mechanically if he could do that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's part of it, kind of, because you're already absorbing it. But I've never intended for the item to necessarily be like used in that way. It's more of like a devilish type of evil type of item. So but yeah, you could use it in that way. Say, I'm just gonna go ahead and remove. So go ahead and remove that soul, and then you begin to motion the staff. Is it the staff or the rod? Go to.
The staff I gave to
Oh,
Silvana, because
yeah.
it had Trisha's soul in it, right?
right, because we captured Trisha's soul, so I've got the rod. That's what I still have.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So the staff is with the Salinar. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. So it's the rod. Okay. So you grab the rod, you hold it over the heart. You're looking towards the soul, and begin to use the rod, kind of in tracing around the thumb, the runes of this demonic language, calling upon to try to pull the rod as almost as using its force over the heart to try to pull back. And as that begins to entrace around, you can feel this almost otherworldly power from the heart that is beginning to shake and vibrate the rod. And as that happens, purple and pink cackling lightning sprout from the heart. And it becomes eerily similar as to what Silvana was doing over Donlin. And how that blue lightning was firing off and was very sporadic and chaotic as it was sending waves of energy outwards as it was fighting and resisting. So too is the heart. Now your attunement to the item is quite strong. You've had it for a long time, and the power of yourself as well as the teacher over you is strong. I'm going to allow you to make at this point charisma check similar to that of a dispel or a counter spell is what we're doing here. So it's simply an ability check.
Okay. I will use an inspiration to automatically succeed that.
Dang, is that our first inspiration we've used?
I used one a long time ago on an unwinnable scenario.
Hmm.
That was like way back when we first went back to High Rock.
No, High Rock.
Rest in peace. Go back there.
Let's
No,
do it.
I think we should. We should go back there.
I will burn that town to the ground.
There's more things.
Purposely make a character that hates the snow or something.
You're gonna make a character that just hates snow.
Yeah,
It's going to be
Just so they have a
miserable
reason
throughout the
to
entirety
burn.
of Act 1.
just so that way they have a reason to burn High Rock to the ground. Get rid of all the snow.
High Rock didn't make the snow. It just exists in snow.
I didn't say they were going to be a smart character.
You don't know. It could be a ski resort.
Right.
But they'd be a smart character.
If I broke the world again, I apologize.
You hold the rod. You channel the manifestations of what has mutated you power that you wield, be it a gift or a curse, you hold the rod steady over the heart. You can see that the heart begins to turn pale, grotesque, falling into a black, desiccated powder. The soul is no longer in the heart that sustains it. Purple and pink cackling lighting zap back into the rod, away from the heart, as if what has been transferred is now in the rod. The rod hums and vibrates with energy, and you feel that you have something in your hands change the balance of the world.
No pressure.
Yeah. Good thing we didn't let them happen. Ever. Seemed to be a waste to consume it, spawning up tiny demons.
So, finish just outside of the Ivrai Fort, where it's your kind of base of operations at this point. Aaron is going through battle plans, adjusting various groups, almost in squads, as they're moving them and dedicating them to certain positions. You move back through the palisade, and as you're holding this, you can see that the fog is being pulled with you. Stop on the bridge. The other side of the palisade, the gate's still open. Walk back over where that arch sits. Over top of the bridge that they note as some sort of relic of the barrier that holds the fog race, spirits of Fae that invigorate this lake and hopefully push back this fog. Fog just rolls in front of you.
I suppose they wouldn't appreciate me leading it inside the camp. He's gonna try and see if he can hold up the rod and like will it to go back or make it move so that it stops following him.
Try to command the rod as if you're putting words in pencil and you're moving it right out. You don't want it here. Try as best as you can. The fog still pulls with you.
That's right.
Some of the rangers on top of the gatehouse looking down at this point towards you. Bows, their sides and the quivers. On their other side, and they just stare down at you, begin to murmur to each other. Watch.
Not entirely sure I should keep this. Fog is drawn to it. Perhaps it would be better if it were not. He's gonna attempt to release the soul like he did the last one. Just let it go where it goes.
Okay.
Inside the
Well, on the bridge, just outside. Yeah. A warhead.
Yeah, just boom.
Ah, the world's shattering again. We killed the boy. Now we're gonna destroy the world. Oh
a
my
theme.
goodness. It's a theme. It's Group Die, Destroyers of the World. Honestly, pretty great.
Speed running worlds at this point.
Got a ring to it. Come on, Destroyer of the Worlds. I like it.
My
I don't think
Discord
that'll-
just crashed. Did he actually destroy the world?
No. Well, we
We're
don't
about to find out.
Well, we don't know yet.
Okay.
You see is you move the rod as if to will it out. You trying to force it out of the rod and feel the fog as it whirls around it. You're kind of holding it there and embraced. As you do, purple and pink acting lightning begins to spark and fight back if it is resisting. You know, if you continue to proceed, that may very well lose this rod, that it will be destroyed in the process of releasing the soul. However, you feel confident that you can let it go to wherever it is bound, wherever it is willing to go.
Fear is that it might be willing to come back should somebody call it. Do I feel like the rod itself is taking on different properties or is behaving differently other than fog?
I think that's the only representation you have besides the hum. There's a hum towards the item. It's almost in constant motion, as if it's being displaced.
This is the seat of this power. I certainly don't want to carry it into town, and more importantly, don't want to carry it into the center of all this mess. Could be handing them something even more powerful than what they had. So he's gonna walk out further from town, just in case, blast radius, and then continue to try to release the spirit, let it destroy the rod, whatever he's got to do.
Okay. You walk out a number of hundreds of feet here. You begin to stare into the grass. It's matted, the stilted structures of the Ivrai that had lost through the course of battles for hundreds of centuries. You remember of why the heart was kept by Sylvana, be used as something, as a bargaining chip.
She was hoping to trade it to get them to flip the portal, let her through, or to stop attacking, or
Didn't know. No one asked
yeah.
about explicitly why Sylvana wanted to save the heart. You hold this rod and it begins to be consumed by this lightning that fractures the rod into bits and pieces of metal scrap. Moments, lightning dissipates, and the fog begins to be unwilled by it. Tattered fragments of metal in your hand, grass around you as they fall. Fog slowly begins to suspend in motion, then slowly begins to disappear.
Something to do with it after all. Guess he'll head back into town.
You head back in.
Sans fog.
Sees the Rangers top of the palisade and the gatehouse towers. Looking onwards, the darkness is still here. You have to wait for daylight, most likely, outside of the eyes or a patrol of these Ivrai that would come over you as you conducted such deeds with a living heart. And as you return without the rod, the bridge seems more clear. There is less fog to be seen. Rangers also recognize this as they see you at a distance they wouldn't normally see. See them beginning to yell down. Theron! Continue to call
What?
out for Theron, not for you. Then quickly Theron approaches the top of the gatehouse. Looks down towards you on the bridge as you walk. Stares off in the fog. It's clearing up.
Weather does seem to be improving. So, if we're lucky, maybe it'll keep going.
Hopefully. As they make way down. Double door open, palisade through the gatehouse. Look towards you. Ring noise of the village behind them. Begin to walk closer. Hope has oftentimes led many a ranger here to death. See what the days bring.
Not a solution, then at least a reprieve before our attack. But it seems there was a trapped soul, at least partially responsible for some of this. Decided to release it. See if perhaps it would take away some of the power.
Then you had something to do with this.
In some small way, yeah.
Coincidence.
Seemed worth a shot. Either way, it was something too powerful to take into the heart of the enemy, about to siege their encampment.
As they look down. I don't know much about arcane magic. Tuned to the natural world. Life often comes from death. Sacrifice. Look around the rest of the village. Small price to pay for freedom.
Indeed. This particular soul, from what I understand, at least in later years, was not particularly benevolent. I worry that it might be called back, cause more problems, but at least it's gone for now.
Very much so. As they turn around, they begin to walk away from you, picking at their boots. Rest of the
Guess I will go find everybody else and give them a heads up that I did a thing and it seems like a good thing, but we don't know.
Well, the
Also,
world didn't get blown up yet.
we're down one part. Sylvana might be a bit pissed. She was never very specific about why she wanted it, other than she was mad at Kalima and thought that Rugash wanted it, which he clearly did, but we don't know.
Whose heart was this, anyways?
Kalima, one of the tree folks that we met recently. It was their leader originally. Supposedly, she's the one responsible for this whole mess in the swamp, at least partially.
So you released her spirit, so either A, she's gonna thank you for it and help us later, or B, try to finish the job she started.
Well, I suspect somehow her soul being tethered was contributing to the conditions around here. As soon as I released it, the fog, well, starters, when I had it contained, the fog started following me, which was part of the problem. As soon as I released it, it started to go away. So, at least at a glance, it seems her being gone is good for everybody. My worry is that she may come back. There are such rituals. Keeping her contained seemed more dangerous than letting her go.
We'll put that on 3 on the priority list right now, but
The good news is we're about to attack a city that was covered in dangerous fog. It likely is going away.
bad news is if we can see them, they could see us.
Stealth is still the plan.
Well, if there's no immediate bad effects, maybe we just don't overthink it.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out.
Yeah, we overthink things a lot.
Yeah, whatever happens, we'll deal with it.
Might have to smooth things over with your dear crush, Savannah. I have upset her irrevocably.
Yeah, that's fine. At least it was somebody else this time.
Hey, as long as we fix everything that happens here, maybe she'll forgive us, you know?
It was almost as if the soul was protected, not unlike yours. Differently, but similar.
Hmm.
You're cutting out.
Oh, think my mic. Is this better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
How was it different?
The lightning was purple, mostly, instead of blue. Also, there weren't any beams in the sky that I saw. I was alone.
Interesting.
Anything start to get destroyed, like her hut did when his soul was being pulled?
I mean, the rod that I used to capture it was obliterated. Other than that,
Oh. That sucks. You lost your soul sucking rod thing.
it was a foul thing. Passing.
Oh, I thought you used it for your god. Forgot her name. His name.
Foul thing can be used for good intention. Does not make it any less a foul.
Paler. See, I remembered. A lot of gods lately.
It's true.
Is there? I don't think there's really been that many.
Hey, it's a lot for me.
Conversely, I learned how to release souls from these things. So if we survive this, and Savannah still hasn't managed to figure out a way to rescue Trisha, I may be able to provide assistance.
That's one silver lining, I suppose.
Look at you helping people. You Palor people are such nice people.
That is my calling. Normally, the soul is still in a body, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope that's not where I sent it. That might present a problem.
Yeah, that's future us problem.
What would their body's composition even be like after who knows how years?
Depends on who was preserving it and how, I suppose.
Yeah, like I said, we'll worry about that later. One step at a time. Hopefully we can shut down this thing. then kill the dragon, and then we'll maybe cross that bridge.
True enough.
Speaking of gods, have y'all talked to y'all's god in here? I think Thrym's ignoring me.
You mean in the city? Oh,
Well, like, since we got into fog.
well, the fog is kind of going away now. If you want to try again,
Yeah, maybe I'll do that tonight.
fixed it for.
I appreciate it. Give me that disappointed dad talk a little bit sooner.
You. Anyway, just wanted to clue everybody into what I had done, just in case there are repercussions later. Also, down a hawk in case anybody goes looking for it.
Look at us. A few months ago, we would not tell us anything and just be left in the dark. Now here we are telling everything.
Good
So
thing we're
cool.
also open with each other.
True.
Exactly.
Dan tells me everything. What do you mean?
True.
Reason to hide it.
Us all honest people.
I believe I'm gonna get some rest. I don't know what everybody else is up to.
Sounds like a good idea. We're gonna be.
I got what? 800 days of our time to go? So, like, I'm going to get drunk.
That is a type of rest, I suppose.
Yep.
All right. Well, it sounds like everyone is kind of coming to terms with their downtime here after the unfolding of dare I say consequences? I wouldn't say maybe success. Maybe it's hard to tell at this point. But as the days go on here, it's gonna be more, I would say, insightful than the conversation you're having currently. So something, as we kind of move on, you're going to be here for a number of days, and this could very well shape up or shape your plan, or you change your plan, right? So is there anything anybody wishes to accomplish for these days? In terms of the amount, you're looking at just over 4 days worth of actual time that you're going to be kind of sitting around and waiting.
I would attempt to reach out to Thrym again. But
Okay.
other than that,
All right. So you're going to reach out to Thrym again?
yeah.
All right. So you find yourself a place here, Dom. Are you heading outside of here? The Ivry Fort, the grass, the marsh?
No, I think I'd probably be cozied up near the fire because that's the last place that it worked.
Cozy up next to the fire, inside of the meeting lodge. See the fires crackle, burst, hitting a sap in one of the logs that is cracking with flame. Sure enough, the fire is Rim picks themselves as a small flame sprite that begins to glow and change in shape as it towers over you, made of fire and twists and turns. That resembling a fire giant with lower stature enough to meet in the meeting lodge, and feels as if time itself has been suspended for the rest of what is around you that is no longer there.
Hey, I got your cup back, but you had it, so like I wanted to be upfront about that. Tried to call you when it happened. It was really weird.
looks towards you. Donlin. Donlin. Tell me, how did you regain this cup?
I'm going to explain this really badly because I don't quite understand. But essentially, there was this time fracture thingy that our souls are able to activate or something. The thing inside of me, and it like pushed me forward in time. But because it pushed me forward in time, it corrected the thing that broke the cup in the first place. At least that's kind of what they told me.
You ramble, but in your words, I see reason. I feel that you may already have the answers. What befell you?
Kind of. I was more worried about me having the cup and you being mad at me again. So I just wanted to be honest about me having the cup.
The Horn of Thrym is a sacred relic. It has been held by the great earls of old. Only the finest warriors have drank from it. Given to you for the purpose of your quest. Use it as a great warrior should. Break drink with their friends, even their enemies. Know their weaknesses to move against them. Celebrate and enjoy from a battle won bloodshed. Courage, loyalty. Gods work in mysterious ways. I was given the title, the God of War. This is not the only title that I have worn. God of loyalty and honor. My eyes have always been set upon this material plane. My creations. Most of my power lies here. My domain is only for those who achieve glory. We brought my great hall to their eternal life. There is power. What has happened to you? Power that holds to that of a god. Shall be wary. I feel that you have gotten the better of it for now. But in the coming future, might not be so lucky.
Yeah, I think I learned my lesson. I don't think I'm gonna play with that no more. At least not until after we deal with the dragons, the fire giants, and Damodar. We got a long list.
You do. Start this vile dragon. Plagues the people but wish to live. Simple. Gain this dragon's hoard, which I'm sure is to be bountiful, and use it as a stepping stone on your conquest of all dragons. Soon Clan Warsark will be in your sights. Their blasphemy will be punished.
And it will be my honor to bring them that punishment. I do appreciate it, and if there's any way that you can watch over those that may not be as blessed in combat as some of us, but still have the honor to defend their homeland in the siege in the coming days, it would mean a lot to me. I know that we're in some weird thingy-bobber that I don't understand, but yeah.
I will bless those that are called to war and to battle.
I appreciate that. Means a lot. I'm going to share some drinks with these fine fellows, and then we're going to go put an end to this fog, and then we're going to kill this dragon. Stupid
Wait.
dragon.
Who do you allow to drink from the Gilded Horn?
The people that are going to go die tomorrow.
Only the greatest warriors' lips have touched that Gilded Horn.
I mean, they don't get to drink directly from the horn. I'd like pour it into a cup for them. They're not allowed to touch my horn. This is my horn.
Good. It's best to keep your horn safe, close by.
Yeah, no one's allowed to drink from my horn. That's gross. That's how you get cooties.
Good luck, Dodlin.
Thanks. I need it. Hopefully this time I don't die.
Death is only the beginning. Your life has been lived for glory and purpose.
Well, I'll talk to you later after we kill the dragon. I'm not going to bug you again.
I am always here for you, Dodlin.
I appreciate you. And I'll go ahead and end the call.
You end the call.
Yeah. I appreciate you. Love you. Bye.
Love you, Dad. Okay. So, nothing else from anybody? So what you immediately recognize is that for the coming hours after you work through the quick downtime rates of Dom, I'm taking this as if it's happening pretty quickly in terms of the day cycle. Time itself now seems much faster, in the sense that the day, night, 3 days, that sort of thing, it's not really a thing anymore.
That's gonna make our timetable complicated.
So in a matter of hours, it becomes light. And there seems to be confusion in the village.
Does that mean I can reroll my wand or keep the 4 from last time?
Go ahead and prompt everyone for a long rest, in case people need it here. Every time I open this thing up, it always wants to get your wolves in here, and I think that's fantastic. It's like, let's put all the wolves in there too.
Also, I'm gonna delete the Rod of Maw.
Okay. Everyone should be prompted for the long rest here. Also going to advance the clock slightly here. I'm going to discuss what happened with time as you begin to hold bearing upon yourselves. Time, as I had said, is a strange thing. It was also even more strange when you went to the Salinar Grove. The calendar has been adjusted accordingly. You counted the day and night cycles of how many days were happening outside world. Should have never reached this point. Should have only been a handful of days. Now, you've gone more than a week, it seems. You've been here. Things slowly begin to add up in terms of when the undead attacked Fort Farron, it's our quest to come into here, and the story that Claire provided upon entering in. The time that you were in the grove seems to be, even though limited, spanned a number of days, minutes and hours that you were there. Communications with the Salinar could very well be that inside of the grove that they are moving instrumentally, meticulously, trying to meet this moment and opportunity. Now we know that they have most likely traversed through to this plane, this space. They are on the same clock as you all. They're going off information you're providing in real time. So the forces of the Saladar, most likely, you are assured here that they are on the move. Heading out of the Enclave, proceeding in the direction of the river to cross it. Begin to attack on the north side. Go 1.5 cycle until it was light again. So this is where we're having a conversation of terms of the village. People are murmuring, rangers are talking. They're also reporting that the fog has significantly cleared away and that there's hope behind most of these people. A matter of hours as the day broke. Theron is making the rounds, calming people down. Now begins to approach all of you as you're outside of the meeting lodge, grouped together, feeling and reeling from the aftermath as well, in some fashion. Looks like the fog wasn't the only thing to be dispersed. Day has never come so quickly.
Well, that's a good thing, right?
If I
course.
understand the nature of time problem and even fog to an extent, that came from the place on the other side of the ruin.
Yes, we have long believed that whatever change happened to the Wood of Red was due to what lied on the other side of the ruins. There's a reason you would be correct. There's no bearing of that plane on this one.
I would suspect that would mean that it is closed.
So the heart was the connection, the door, then, right?
Well, I believe Kalima's soul specifically just happened to be in the heart.
Hmm.
if that's the case, we may not need to siege the tower. More specifically, I'm concerned that perhaps we need to call off the Saladon before they start attacking an empty tower. Or riling up a bunch of undead. Have your scouts seen the undead? Are they still there?
There just hasn't been enough time.
True. I wonder if the fog still makes people crazy. I don't know how we can test that theory, though.
Might be gone at this rate, but then the time it would take to get somebody here.
And frankly, if we try to find out, it'd probably be rather inhumane to subject somebody to that. So.
Yeah, fair.
Sure, Yadier would sign up.
He's already crazy. That would not be a good test.
Go find the halfling you ran into in that broken down alehouse in Norfolk.
Yeah, you seem to be very fond of him.
Choke a bit.
I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy. Okay, that's a lie. I would probably drag a fire giant in here. But
So, if that's down, and we don't need to attack the citadel, I mean, we just go straight to the dragon?
yeah, didn't. How are we gonna go to the Drake?
If we even know the dragon is still here. Suppose I could find out.
Yep.
Yeah, let's do that away from town though.
Yeah, no, not gonna do it in town.
I say we go back to where his lair is so we can try to catch him without flying like we were originally going to plan before we decided to shut down the thing.
Yeah, if we choose to fight him in his lair, it'll probably be the best place. I'm just curious if he's even still here, and if he is here, what is his state of being? If the connection to the other place is gone.
So we go to the tower, so the one that's close by, so I can smack some zombies because you took that away from me. And then we go find Drake.
I mean, I'm sure if we just fly to the lair, you'll find some zombies to stop and attack. I mean,
I am curious what happens to the folks in those towers now that the thing is closed. I wouldn't mind stopping by after to see if they are still corrupted, if they are still there.
there's one like close by. I think
It's kind of on the way if we're going back towards the Dragon Slayer.
Well, we don't want to go to the one
Clear
on
it
the
out real
south.
quick.
Definitely
Yeah,
don't want
there's
to.
one like right outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, we stop by there real quick and then make our way.
How do we get to the lair though?
We fly.
Whatever
where?
you all decide, please do communicate it with me. Making the rounds, number of patrols coming back. And of course, we already delegated who's going where, battle ahead. We're not coming through with attacking the tower, and I need to communicate that to my people.
Yeah, I suspect, unless anybody's got objections, we should call everybody off from that. Seems like a
Yeah.
system effort.
In worst
Go
case
to the
scenario,
tower
we
first and see what's going on.
well, I think there'll be enough time to do that without them heading there, and then we lose
Yeah, I'm
connection to
afraid
tell them to stop.
Yeah, we don't have a way to contact everybody remotely, only some folks.
Well, we got 24 hours, right? We're only going like 10 miles.
How long do we have? With the timey-wimey bits, I'm lost on how much time is left before the attack was set to be sprung.
Well, we said that with the lizard men that we were sending them a day and a half, or a day and a half sun cycle, day and a half.
Right.
Yeah, cycle and a half.
So, right, but
Yeah,
that was
till next
that
week.
was roughly the time when the sun was going to come up, right?
Yeah, about. We said
The sun is up. That's my point.
Well, no, we said an extra sun cycle, so not the next time that it was up, but the time after
The one
that.
after.
It came
So
up.
we have
Right,
till
yeah.
tomorrow, roughly.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning or something. Okay.
So
Do we
it's
think
time.
the lizards? I think the lizards are smart enough to even understand the time has changed.
And they're fine.
Honestly, I'm not too worried about contacting them. I don't think they're going to do anything.
Even if they do it, they're fine.
See, Jax is awake. He's going to be very.
Cannon blew up the world again.
We're
We're on
going to
the
kill the
third one.
dragon, right? killing the dragon now?
We are
Nice.
actually going to go kill the dragon.
Yeah,
Actually,
I
yes,
told you
that's
guys.
exactly what we're doing.
Because
I told you
Kanan
that was the
blew up
order,
the world
order of
again.
operations. Did I miss a chance to steal something?
No.
Maybe?
Okay.
Not really. I
Well,
stole something.
kind of.
sort of.
Maybe.
Maybe a soul if you knew how to steal that.
No, that's all Kanan.
He's the one that released it.
So the longer we spend talking, the longer it's going to take. So why don't
Yeah,
we
that's
just run
fine.
over
No,
there?
I was under the impression they were going today. Although the Salanah have to go a very long way if we send them all the way to the tower and then call them off. That's kind of rude.
No, we can
Might
stop that
push
now,
the plan
right,
back a
Jack?
day.
You could at least just tell them to hold, maybe, until we figure out what
Yeah.
we're doing next. Yeah, maybe just tell them not to
Buy us an
march.
extra day.
Yeah, Lance has the thingy; he could do it, and then we can just take a pit stop, kill the dragon, and be done.
Well, I mean, if the undead army's dead, wouldn't it make sense for them to go take back their city?
Well, yeah, but they could do that at their leisure. They don't have to go do it right now.
Oh, that's fair.
Near to this point, talking with some of the rangers that have come in, right, and approach them. They're kind of in a side conversation at this point. They've now moved off away from the conversation outside of it.
So I say we do our shift changing, go check out the tower. Fastest way to fly, right? Also, we could get a view and see if there's any undead on the way.
I mean, we don't even need to fly to this one. I guess we could, but it's very close.
Yeah, but it's cool to fly. Don't tell me you didn't enjoy that. That was pretty dope.
I fly all the time. Carrying people's kind of
Yeah,
expensive.
well, I get it. You and your freaking Paylord. Okay, I don't.
Either way, yeah, we should call, I believe, the Salanah and just tell them to hold for now. Likewise, the Rangers probably don't need to mount any offensives, at least for the time being.
I mean, technically, we could have them just go and scout it and just not attack.
Well, they've
That
already
way-
been scouting it, but
'Cause there's no more undead.
It's kind of up to them whether or not they want to make that trek. They should know, regardless, that we're holding. Whatever they decide to do is up to them, frankly.
True. Lance, you
darn.
send that on the way. We can hop on and here.
So whatever the plan is, or do we need to start moving now, or are we waiting a little bit?
Well, we thought we might go by one of those. We believe the congruence has been closed. So we were going to swing by the nearest tower and see if there was any evidence of that, or what. Honestly, just out of curiosity, what had happened to the person residing in it.
Oh yeah, Jax, you've been asleep. Quick recap. Kanan let go of a soul. That soul must have been what tied everything. Congruent seems to be closed. Fog is cleared. Days are normal.
Well, they're not quite normal.
Mm.
They're just faster than they
They're
were.
getting more normal.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the
So now-
heart that we had has been destroyed.
Same with his rod. Apparently.
That too.
That happens sometimes after heartbreak.
The one time you choose to take a nap, Jax, all this happens.
That's what I get for helping people.
So revelation, as I said, matter of hours, more insightfulness is coming over you as a party of what has just happened. Now the question really remains, I think, for maybe the back of your minds, is that Sylvana kept onto this heart and did not do anything with it, did not attempt to destroy it or end it, whatever it was that Kanan did. Also need to communicate with Salinar still, Sylvana being temporary matriarch right at this point, keeping them together and moving them. We also need to communicate to Theron with what your plan would be at this point. Obviously, spreading now, the fact that the battle might be off no need to take the tower any longer.
Yeah, no, I recommend we tell them to hold at least until we scout this nearest tower.
Okay.
Seems as though we don't need to put any plans in.
Okay. So we're heading to the eastern tower of Mersatra.
I thought the western tower was the one closest to us right now.
Or sorry, western. I got it flipped.
Hold up.
Got it flipped in my mind. All right. So basically, going to go over there. Your travel at this point, rather simple. You're kind of hiking up from the lake, getting into that tall grass, the reeds, and then over some of the rolling hill that kind of then comes downwards. The fog being cleared, you can see that the tower still stands black in its stone structure, similar as how it has been before. Nothing really has changed in that regard. You begin to approach the tower a little bit cautious. You see the signs of undead that have lingered here. Now quickened in pace, traveling away in the direction of the river. You follow the steps for a little bit of ways around the tower. It stands to reason that they are in a run heading in the direction of east.
I seem to.
You approach the tower. You can see that the design is the exact same as the rest of them. They're no different from each other. You use, Lance, I imagine, the key. Since I think you're the one who has the key, right?
I believe so, yep.
Yep. You enter into the tower. You can see the great open hall here. The marbling of the floor and the statues over top of the green permanent crystals, those lanterns, dangling down, providing light. There is no enemies that approach you in this first floor. There's no undead here. The undead that would be arise are gone. Their bodies remain, clinging into the alcove, as if something had taken them over. Just slumped there, either in a pile of bones or a mound of rotten flesh, black armaments dangling down over them. Notice from the wall kind of liquefies as one of those crystallic golems begins to walk outwards. One of the bodies is missing in one of the alcoves. See his crystallic golem picks another body up, undead flesh rose over itself onto the shoulder, begins to stomp. You then come in further from the entry. You see that missing body in one of the alcoves is just being piled up. So the golem is now being tasked with orders, moving the undead into a group.
Santa.
Hmm.
We go upstairs.
Yeah.
Suppose that's where the caretaker is, assuming they're still here, alive, or whatever they were.
I wonder if he'll be like the evil type, like last time.
Oh,
Evil
I get
look.
to hit something?
Faith, it just occurred to me that thing you did at the other tower sent that gentleman home. Could you do that to Sylvana?
I mean, theoretically, if she also came from Lane,
Definitely
place,
not from here.
right? Then again, the last one went willingly. I'm not
Well,
sure how it.
it is her greatest wish, at least as she communicated to us, to return home. We had been seeking a way to maybe help her do that.
Should work. Yeah.
Keep in mind. Sorry, it just occurred to me at this moment.
Hmm.
Anyway,
We'll put that on item 3 after the dragon. Well, I guess we move the dragon to number 1 now. I think it's priorities.
It's better not to make lists and just go with whatever's going on.
Or as you say, I think the dragon's always been number one. It's just been the number one long-term goal as opposed to the we need to deal with it right now.
short term, yeah, that's it. And regardless, we should go see who's upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go make another friend. I wonder if they have another weapon for me.
The last one didn't work out so well.
Michael, I have
What do
a
you
quick
mean?
question.
Yep.
Do these crystallic golems have the same? I have a couple of orbs of crystallic power from the golems we killed previously in, I believe it was Norsatra.
Yeah.
Do these appear to be of similar construction? Are they all? I mean,
They
you said the
are-
building was the same, so
Yeah, no, these are these crystallic golems. They look very similar to the ones that you face. They're just not attacking you. They're
fair enough. Okay.
not dealing with you as a threat. They seem to be dealing with the undead who has succumbed to something, piling them up.
Yep. Do I notice a change in the orbs that I have compared to before? Do I think that part of that control and why they attacked us, there may have been some.
No.
Okay.
I don't
Just
think there's
curious.
any change on your personal item, those orbs on your personal.
Got it.
And you,
Okay.
I mean, you'd have to sit. I mean, you could try to see if these golems have an orb like yours inside of them, but then you'd have.
I'm not. if
Excuse
they're not
me,
attacking us-
Mister Golem. Would you please stop here? Let me take a look at you.
Yeah, I got to get that robotics master perk from Fallout and hack them on
Yeah.
the spot.
Huh.
Let me throw on my Spectra goggles here to see what kind of wavelength of light's coming up here.
So you guys
Right.
are talking about. Oh, I'm sorry, Lance.
No, I was just saying. I'll just keep going, keep up with the party.
So you guys are saying this guy upstairs might be dangerous, huh?
Now we're saying he might be back to
I
normal.
think he may not be at this point. That's the conclusion.
Well,
I
the
was
last
coming
one
to.
technically wasn't dangerous. He didn't
Yeah,
attack
yeah.
us or anything. He was just cursed.
Fair.
Do you
On
think
the
that if
same,
the curse is gone, the curse is gone from my scythe?
Maybe.
I mean,
Possibly,
somebody would have to touch it to find out, though.
Yeah, I mean, if his curse is gone, I'm pulling out the scythe. That's kind of what I'm
Yeah,
telling you
I
guys.
would check that gentleman first, and then.
Yeah, no,
perhaps-
that's the order of operations.
So,
The Lance
do we
keeps
have
talking.
the telepathic link up?
Always.
All right, so I'm gonna, just in case it is dangerous up there, I'm gonna go ahead and go invisible with the ring.
Okay.
I would do it on myself, but I don't think I can target myself here to do it. So
Okay.
and I'll tell the group I will be right behind you guys, just in case we have to fight and have a little bit of an element of surprise here.
Let's hope not.
Well, actually, Donlin can sense me, stupid blind sense, and Kanan can see me anyway. So
It's true.
stupid book or whatever it was we found a long time ago.
You're so angry about things.
It's been a long week.
It's actually a
Perfect.
boon to be able to see.
What was
see
it?
you say it's actually a boon for us to be able to see you as opposed to the
Oh.
enemy.
We
Actually,
wouldn't
Yeah,
want
true.
you to be invisible where we couldn't see you, and somehow you, by chance, into a gelatinous cube, and just wouldn't be able to know where you were.
And then
the type
teleport
of
into another gelatinous cube while
type of
still being
unskilled-
invisible.
The type of unskilled player, Michael, that will let that happen to him is just beyond imagination.
That's the same type of idiot that would drag his group into a god fight. Like,
that tracks.
Yeah, a level 13. Yeah, let's play
Yeah.
gods.
All right. Anyway, Yeah, so I'll just go invisible and stay with the group, obviously, but I just want to
Sure.
want to be able to react appropriately if something does
Yeah.
happen.
So you're going to move up the stairs, the suspended staircase. You can move up to the second floor, which is going to be kind of titled as Morhan, as they refer to it. Seems to be more lively. There's no actual energize of that crystal that is funneling. It seems to be in broken pieces. In fact, a crystallic golem is actually picking up some of those pieces, if you will, and is kind of shifting them into a pile as if it smashed it, kind of moving them around. And some of the actual blue crystals on top of the pedestals are a lit, glowing. Things are almost reviving. Now, we're talking about those pillars being energized, spiraling upwards, and the south end of the chamber of those as well are continuously being energized. So there's just more life here, is the best way I can describe it. It's just a change. But the stonework, everything from the the taint, the curse, the corruption, is still there. It has not left. So the appearance is very vividly similar. It's just coming out of the cocoon, so to speak. It's still changing and evolving. You're going to make yourselves up the staircase here. I'm going to go ahead and bring your tokens onto the board. So as you're around the staircase, the two pyramidal structures are actually hovering now, suspended by the chain upon the ground over the runic platforms, which sit on a two-dimensional plane underneath them and are kind of cycling and moving. There is red electricity energized from the marbled floor as it's kind of fusing from the floor from the level below, and it's striking in underneath. So imagine lightning pillars underneath the actual pyramidal objects, which is like what's pushing them upwards. It seems as though they're being turned and dialed, if you will, from that two-dimensional plane, but then the chains are kind of making sure they don't stand and kind of float off and shoot outward. There's still no object in the center point of that mantle. There seems to be a very peculiar creature that stands. The blackish of their wings has changed into the wings of that of a pixie. So they're going to have very rainbow, these different chroma colors towards their membrane-like wings. They hold themselves with gold and silver towards their accents of color of their attire, which sits in that of a gown. So it's kind of a gown that drapes from themselves. And the collar here is kind of a spiderweb or a lattice of that gold. It's kind of sit as this necklace, right, at that collar, and then it kind of also holds the dress upwards on there. They have pink hair, purplish. It's like a bob cut. And then their eyes are green, purple, change color as they stare onwards towards the rest of you. They have no weapon in their hands. And from the corner of your eye, you can see that they have still some kind of shadowiness every so often. Like, kind of look in the direction of the corners of their eyes. You can see kind of like shifting and moving as if like the veins are there and kind of like looking towards you. The head's kind of turned.
You don't look so evil.
Stares at you and walks forward. Who are you to come here?
Oh, I'm Pep. We met one of your friends, brother, sister. I don't really know.
Associates?
Associates in the other tower.
Which one?
This the northern one. He was very not like you right now. But it's okay. He's gonna point. Well, where is she? Oh, she's way over there. Point back to Claire. She helped him out, I think, and sent him somewhere good. And so we just figured we'd come check to see how you're doing after the fog is clearing up.
I'm doing quite all right. Thank you for asking.
No curse or anything? Were you cursed? We don't actually know. We didn't stop by beforehand. Sorry for that, by the way.
You spoke the Mosatra stationed the northern tower. Then you would have shared words. The cursed weapon holds a bearing and a mark. It still does. But the power that
yeah.
looms over us has been lifted.
Oh. Donlin, I think that means the weapon is still not good to touch.
You possess such a weapon.
We kept it just in case. We didn't want
Yeah.
anyone else to get their hands on it.
Yeah.
You'd be wise not to wield it.
That's what I said.
Curse is still potent.
Do you know any way to cleanse it or anything?
Why? Why would you want to?
Why would we want something dark and evil in a world that we don't need it?
I feel you wish to use this weapon.
Oh, I don't. I'm not really known for my weapon abilities like that. I'm more of a
Perhaps it's the one
magical.
that has a dozen weapons on their back at current.
That's very astute of
You are very wise.
I'm just curious. I've never wielded a scythe before, and it looked kind of cool.
It's really more of a gardening implement. I'm surprised a warrior with your prowess would be interested.
I've had to make do with a lot of different things fighting in a coliseum. You'd be
Scythe
surprised.
is a symbolic weapon. Its edge and its abilities only as powerful as the curse that is held on the weapon. If you are to break such a curse using divine magic that I do not possess, then you would have a common scythe. Crude, ill-designed fight the weapons that you have at your back.
But I mean, I guess it would still be good to get rid of it, because like I said, we don't want
I'm
evil.
curious. Why have you come here? Truly come here.
Well,
What
we
made you come here?
We suspect the congruence has been closed, and frankly, we were curious what that meant to you and these towers.
What he said.
Well, it would mean looks towards pedestal is what was taken would be returned.
That
Runes,
doesn't seem to be the case.
no, what I was getting at was what was taken needs to be returned. Do not know where it lies. Do not know who has it. In my cursed form, I'll remember. Humanoids, much like you, came under the command of Grugash. For the objects, these artifacts that we had attuned to our towers, to the congruence. They took them away from my tower, as I assume the rest of them.
That seemed to be the case. These were items used for controlling the bridging of the congruence, I assume.
They are a codex. They are a mind we fueled our magic into. Be able to use the towers. Connect them with the others in the Feywild. They are what is necessary to activate much of the memory crystals down below in Morhana. Begin to attune this tower in space and time. Codex has the secrets that span the cosmos, researched by Soltoric and the rest of us. They can be recreated, but it would take centuries. And it would require Soltoric. They still live. They are still here on this plane. If not, there is nothing that this tower can do. I am its caretaker. I am its mother. I will mend it from the curse that befell it. I will prepare it. For that is what my mission was, my quest. It is what all Morsatra were told in this cycle by the one that led us. Soltoric.
So, if you're the caretaker, what happens to the one that we got rid of the caretaker to?
Without a command, without a caretaker. We lost to time.
Could someone else pick up that role? Does it require a Mosatra to undertake the effort?
A steward can be appointed. Someone with talents in the arcane magics. They can be educated, be able to understand how to use the tower. Full codexes, all copies of each other, will need to be regained. Fully use that tower. And this. And the others. With them together, if the curse upon this land has been lifted, as was my release, a feeling inside of myself, then the ruins can be reopened once more to the Feywild. The scaffolding still exists. And the hold to pull it to the Shadowfell has been removed.
So if we turn on get the codex to power everything up, we can essentially get that caretaker back then, right? Because isn't that where he went in the Feywild?
Well, we would need someone to take his place to get it open.
Well, yeah, but once he's back, he can take over, or her.
Yeah,
We don't actually know.
They could choose. For reference, we sent them home. We didn't hurt them. We didn't know
course.
how else to cure their curse at the moment.
You did what you thought was necessary to help them. At the time, they saw no other option or no resistance. They maintained their post, their duty. There is a time in your calendar, in your world. It is the 7th day of Nim. There is a moment the sun reaches highest into the sky. That the Feywild congruence in this region will be opened naturally. Its bridge will form, regardless of the codexes.
Oh, so then he can just come back through that if he wants to.
Yeah, it seems like we just need to find the codex. Although, if I had to guess, the big nosy dragon be first guess as to kill.
Yep, kill him first, as always.
That was the plan.
It all comes back to it.
Well, I suppose now we know enough that we could call off everybody officially, unless you can a reason to have them continue poking towards the tower.
Towards what tower?
The Siltoric, the actual city.
Siltoric Tower still stands.
Sort of. It was not in great shape, but it seemed to be the epicenter of all the problem.
Citadel was the site where the congruence came to this plane, to this world. The towers still stand. Shape and condition. There could be a reason for it. It was the tower that was made by Siltoric, just like this tower was made by me. It could
had
mean that
plans.
Siltoric is still alive.
If that's the case, he may now very well be surrounded by a lot of fused undead thing.
Now, how's your defenses against undead if you needed to turn them on?
Well, I mean, her tower golems were shoveling away a bunch of undead. It seemed they were plenty capable.
Tower
If
has
they
its
kill.
defenses. Crystallar golems are only one of them.
What's gonna the tower do?
Open the congruence.
Well, I'm more meant defenses.
You can't carry a tower.
Points in the
That's
direction
not what I
of
was
the
asking.
water that is pooling over top of where the entrance is, high above. The water spills out. Those crystals, they are of a very rare breed. Endless water. Ever producing. Curse is lifted upon the tower, the water is perfectly safe to drink. It will nourish you. Looks towards the pyramidal objects. This tower is alive. Crystals help continue power and energy throughout it. It can be wielded. But I don't quite believe you wish to see that.
But the rest of us probably didn't.
No, I'm just curious. Weapons are kind of cool. Always nice to know what people can do.
Well, adventurers, with names I did not ask, nor did you give.
Hey, I said I was Pip.
Your name is Pip,
Yes, my name is Pip.
of course. Looks towards you. What are you doing here, Pip?
You know, just trying to see how you're doing, see how the curse is. I guess now we're about to leave and go kill a dragon.
That's right. Slay a dragon. But for you to brave the marshes, you must be great with ambition.
Yeah, ambition, a little bit of crazy, you know, kind of our thing.
And by name, I was referring to the name of all of you as a collective, being banded
Oh,
together.
yeah, we don't have that.
We have individual names, and that's kind of okay about us.
Although if we did close the congruence, I guarantee you they're gonna name us something.
Yeah, but then they name us, and that's something cooler.
Yeah, that's something I can ignore, just like I ignore some of you guys.
A name earned is better than a name proclaimed.
That's something.
Yeah, who likes to give each other titles and stuff? That's just kind of
Well, I mean, that's kind of like the pastime of a lot of tin pot dictators and whatnot. But I mean,
yeah, but we're not that egocentric. I mean,
I'd hope not.
I suppose at this point, what we need to decide is if we call off the folks that were gonna go after the tower, or do we retask them with scouting and/or trying to rescue Siltoric if he is indeed besieged by whatever's left of the undead. I'm not sure who Siltoric was exactly.
I think we call them off, and then we go kill the dragon, and then we go to Siltoric and clear out whatever's left after we kill the dragon.
yeah, no need to. They could probably go to the. Oh no point going to the North Tower. They can just kind of chill out, I guess. You know, do what they want to do.
These
honestly,
people
I
have
would leave it
fought
to
long
them.
enough and hard enough that we can do some of the work for them.
Perfectly fine by me.
Yeah, especially once we. Who knows? Maybe this is like one of those things where you cut off the head and all the other undead die.
I'd kind of hope that, but some of them were running away, so not entirely sure that's the case exactly. I mean,
Well, I meant
for
Grugash's
some of
head.
it. Oh,
Yeah, some of them might be tied to Grugash. Didn't he say he commanded them? Like, if we kill him and the congruence is closed, that's the 2 heads? Well, technically there was
Awesome.
3, but we already took one of them out.
Well, unless the other one's ruled by that god, but I don't think so.
That's the god is in the congruence, so that
Yeah,
head's cut off.
he's gone now. Yeah, for all intents and purposes.
Oh, we just got Grugash. We got the 3rd head, and then the Hydra's dead.
Cool.
It's actually not how Hydras work, but we'll talk.
I mean, it is if you hit him with the right stuff. All right, well,
I suppose
we'll
we should
leave you.
Stop bothering this fair person, whose name we also did not get. Blue.
Oh yeah, what is your name?
My name has not been muttered, spoken of quite some time.
That's a long name.
Perhaps.
And the curse
That's
is
my
upon the
that's
tower.
my job, dipshit.
The lion statue turns to life and eats Claire. Oh no!
The lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch.
Damn.
Common tongue, my name is Gwyneth.
Gwyneth.
You have any candles in here?
Oh, yes, I do.
That's a
Don't
pretty
like
name.
those.
We should leave now.
Yeah.
All right, bye. Can I call you Gwen? I like Gwen or Gwyneth. Does it matter?
You can call me whatever you'd like. It's not a name
call
that I
you
have worn
tonight?
for centuries of time. I've always been referred to as my title, Morsatra. It is what has gotten me through the longest of the days and the time. Adventurers with no title, no claim, and yet with such great ambition to slay Grugash. Good luck.
He's actually small potatoes compared to the rest of what we have to do, but it's okay.
It's bigger potatoes than the last.
Yeah,
No,
but there's
no.
bigger ones than he is, so like.
You died on the small potatoes.
Let's just get going.
Look, my God brought me back. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just
Well, will you do it
walking
again
over.
if you die?
I don't know. Probably not. I think that's what that stupid obelisk thingy was.
True.
We're going off to the lair now, right?
Well, did we already call off the ranges? Do we need
I
to
was-
go back and tell them?
think we need to call off the attack first, right?
Well, we already told everyone to hold off until we tell them otherwise.
Yeah.
Shouldn't I
I don't
be
know that we.
contacting the Saladar and telling them we're changing plans?
Oh yeah, but only you could do that. We don't have the.
Yeah, well, I'm
magic.
just confirming we should be doing that though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we could do that on the way.
Okay. Not sure how well I can walk and do this ritual.
Oh, you're gonna be flying. We fly. He's got to ride.
You'll ride on the back.
All right. Sounds like a damn good way to get seasick, but
Well, we're also going to
airsick.
fly.
I guess we
quickly.
should go back to the Ivarai first, though. I mean, it's just a quick stop by. Hey, we're not attacking the Citadel anymore. We're gonna go kill the dragon, and we'll come back after. Like it's a
Yeah.
2-minute conversation.
Yeah, rather than leave them waiting, especially if we would have wandered off.
True.
Just sitting around trying to figure out what to do.
No, we're not dying to this dragon.
Your enthusiasm and your positivity.
Ooh, what should I turn into this time? We did bat last time. Eagle. Probably an eagle again. That was cool.
Seems
We're
fitting.
just we're gonna change your name to Taxi.
Flying is cool. Don't
I
hate.
think in the fantasy world it'd be rickshaw, but
Yeah. Nice. Is Toe with you right now?
Yeah, he probably just waited on the outside, but yeah, I never desummoned him.
and where have the wolves been? Have we just sent them off into the forest to go hunt indefinitely?
Yeah, I think we had them.
Yeah,
waiting
they're on the other
of
side.
river.
Still over
Over by where the
altar of flowers, I think.
where
No,
the
just
Trillia's thing is.
yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. For some reason, I thought we left them like all the way back by the.
No, we took them over the river with us, and then didn't have
Yeah.
a way to get them
we
back.
just
over
left
the
them when
river.
we decided to fly.
That's right.
We're heading back to the fort and then conducting the ritual, or are we conducting the ritual now?
I mean,
If we're gonna go back to the fort, I suppose you could just do it here.
yeah, I say, frankly, I don't feel like falling off the back of an eagle, a bat, or whatever the hell while trying to do a ritual. That seems like a terrible idea.
It was a
I'd
short
catch
trip
you.
over
No
there.
faith. You can ride on Toe. He's more stable. Maybe.
Izzy, do you have a saddle for him?
No, I don't think so. Someone's a horse, not a horse with a saddle.
No saddle. He's kind of bareback. And also, it'd be kind of weird to put a saddle on him because technically, I could make him something else. So
All right, so to the Ivarai, tell them it's off. Tell the Salinar it's off. And then we go kill this stupid dragon.
once and for all,
Yeah, that about sums it.
how hard could it be?
Okay. The point you want to conduct the ritual, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I can go ahead and conduct the ritual for the staff of the matriarch.
Okay. Using the staff of the matriarch, begin to sit yourself down and begin to connect into the thoughts. Again, you're at some distance, right? So this is really kind of sending more like a sending, just like sending a message to them, right? Then you'll get a response.
Yep.
Stream of thought. What are you sending to them?
Change of events, fog has been lifted. We're going directly for the dragon. We've called off the rangers. Lizard folk are doing their own thing at your Satra. I'm not keeping a word count here, out of character. Uh, we don't need you to move on the towers or Kixia at the moment. We'll contact you when we've dealt with the dragon. I don't want to mention the heart just yet because, I mean, they may be.
Response back is
Sora.
swift. What has happened?
Uh-oh.
I wish I could hand the phone to somebody else. There was a relic containing a soul that one of our members dispelled. It seemed to have some control or sway over the fog.
I will be at the Avrai Fort shortly. We will speak there.
Sir, yes, ma'am, sir. Hang up.
Sir, yes, ma'am, sir.
My words
I mean, technically, even if they're female officers, you still address them as sir, and I am not going to fuck around and find out right now.
Well, how did she take it?
Well, let's just say you better fly fast because you might very well beat us there.
is that quick?
So they're going
He
to
can
meet us
teleport.
at the fort. So,
Oh, she can do that. Oh, we got rid of the fog. She can just walk through trees.
Yeah, she can do that.
Oh, Kanan, you in trouble.
Yeah, none of us had anything to do with this. This was all Kanan.
Oh, is that how it's gonna be? I mean, that's fair.
well, I mean,
Basically.
to
I
be
still feel
fair,
like-
you did what you thought was best. So,
It seems like a net positive. I'm not sure what her personal investment in the heart was, but
Unless she's like,
I mean, you still have Paylor on your side.
obviously.
I mean, I don't think she's gonna kill you or anything. I mean, if she tries to, I'll step in. I got you, Kanan.
yeah, we won't let her kill you.
Appreciate
I mean, maybe maybe a large, say maybe a little bitch slap will let you get a couple of those, but not death.
No, we can't let anyone hurt his pretty face. We need to use that for money making purposes later. Every party needs the face. You just happen to be the face of the party.
So, we'll all begin to head back into the Avrai Fort.
Sure, we want to meet her here. She might blow the roof off.
Let's
Your call.
show
There's
around there.
time until you're there. You know, the only person's on tow at this point, moving quickly. So, tow is with you, right? If not, tow has to go away, dispelled.
Oh, Toe's gonna probably just perch over here like he did last time.
Hey, guys.
You approach, and they open the doors from underneath. There's a signal down
She's
below.
already here.
Oh,
as I thought.
Hey, Toe, get ready to fly.
It's a good thing she loves Donna so much.
hey, Silvana.
Hey, girl, hey.
This explains why Donlin was so excited to get back here.
I didn't know
Suspect
she was
she's
gonna
not
be
in the
here
mood.
until Lance told us.
I don't believe that for a second.
Yes, I have a psychic connection to where all of the pretty women in the world are. Yes, let me tell you.
These are having a conversation with Theron. Not heated by any means. Theron is more oogling and ogling early on, being in the midst of the fort. They spoke about them prior to. They turn around and see all of you dressed in their fairly on plate armor, a suit of armor that consists of plates held by leaf, twig, and vine, runes etched into the crude metal work. They have their great axe held in the hand, currently dangling down towards you all. They put the axe on the back, and the vines move and grab the axe as a hold on it, kind of like a scabbard that forms around the axe as they put it to their back. They stare at you. What has happened? Mere
Well,
moments. The fog began to disperse, and then in hours the time was corrected.
best of my knowledge, the congruence has been closed.
How did that come to pass?
Well, I was inspecting that heart we had that you'd given us. It seemed to me that there was some kind of power over it holding the soul in place. And I knew if we were going to siege Dixie or whatever it was, if Grugash wanted it, I didn't want to bring it to him. So I retrieved the soul from the heart, which destroyed it. I meant to keep it captive just in case we needed it, but it became quickly apparent that the fog was reactive. I took it, it followed. Once I determined it was the source of whatever was happening, or at least directly linked to it, I released it. Presumably, the congruence closed. Fog rolled back. Time was restored. The towers are back to normal. We spoke to one of the Morsatra just a few moments.
They stare at you, looking deep into your eyes. They look. You were supposed to keep the heart secure and safe. This is what you promised.
True. We also promised to try and find you a way home. It seems that we have.
Found me a way home.
Oh yeah, Claire, if you want to try that thing on her now, I think this would be a good time.
Well, besides that, I mean, the
Try
congruence is
what?
going to open. Well,
That
no,
was
we
Link.
had a backup plan for how to get you home if the congruence didn't work. But the congruence is going to open anyway.
Since we have met, you all, towards you, Claire, and now you along with them, have been meddling in every facet of what you come across. Riven by some law of each of you. You helped these people. Helped. Marshes of unveiling. Brought into a new age. You can feel the change. Soon, the life around you. You stay here. Become much like the lake. Base spirits gave their lives to inherit, protect this place. Curse lifted. Plants, the trees, all of it will grow back as it was before. The time that the wood of red. Harmonious. Without Ixians or Salinar. As a Ferelion, I was sent here from the Autumn Vale as a bringer of peace and conflict between those two people. I can only assure you, Father Ranger, at this point, probably pulling away from whatever's happening. Theron probably takes a step forward. Just kind of cluing in on the conversation a little bit. It won't be long before the Thixians come back. Selenar are hated once more. The Thixians in kind. You've placed me in a mantle of power that I did not want. But I wore because it was necessary. The heart was the last bargaining chip that I had. Bring Paxina home. If Paxina still lived. Now,
Told us she
told you she was lost. Told you she was as good as dead, and that's because she is. But I would give this entire place, all of it, up for her. He was always the better one.
Are you inferring that this Paxina is a hostage of the Thixians?
The battle against Kalima. We were able to defeat Kalima, but we could not recover the body. Not all of it, anyways. Was able to recover the heart. And as the dragon emerged, Paxina fought it off. I tried to stay, but she wouldn't let me. She told me to keep the heart safe and secure. To use it to help these people. You can see, I was torn when we first met. For a long time, that's exactly what I did. Until I came across clues. I reminded myself that there was still hope and a chance. The vaccine was kept alive. Could never find their body. And no harmony flower grew from their corpse, as does all Freljord. A remnant echo of their former self that we can speak to. I could not find one. I found the others, but not Paxina. And I kept this with me, and the heart, waiting for an opportunity, but it never came. Much as I dislike it, you put me on to the right path the Paxina wanted. And as I had said, Paxina has always been the better of the two of us. And I
perhaps
long
she just
for her
needed
back.
to nudge in the right direction.
Perhaps so. I will take it as that.
If she does still live, the dragon would know.
Dragon would know.
Yeah. So before we kill him, we can ask him.
Can attempt to force him to tell me. Even now, I wouldn't do it right here.
Yeah, don't use that unless we're ready to fight him. Trust me.
I believe what I feel that the congruence to the Shadowfell is gone. The properties of that plane, its connection has been lost. I don't believe I want to know that it's still alive. It will drive the remainder of my years. Drive me mad. For a way to get there.
Perhaps it's best to live your days honoring her wish.
And maybe one day you'll get surprised.
My life has been very chaotic. The Morsatra are successful in bringing about the congruence to the Feywild. I will be called home in service. I will refuse. I will keep to what Paxina loved the most. Humble house in the garden, Fort Fair. We come to measures of the battle ahead. What I wanted to talk to you about in part. It'll be difficult to keep the Salnar within the Grove. The Enclave want to spread. It's always been word that they wish to go away. Much of the power that they commune with Talus suggests that Talus is capable of bringing itself back here. I will need the staff of the Matriarch to make sure that doesn't happen.
I'll take it out. I mean, I trust her with it well enough, so unless the party decides otherwise, I will hand it to her.
And given what we know of the tree, anything we can do to prevent it from gaining another foothold.
I agree.
Perfect.
And not to brew more conflict when the Thixians arrive. It would be best to keep it within whatever space it currently resides. Don't know if I can persuade most of the Salinar. I can take time in trying to move some of the superiors in the ranks in their enclave. Words of wisdom. They don't want what happened between their two people to happen again. It would be for the best that they stay within the protected place that Talus has made for them. For how long that will last, I do not know. But when my purpose is done with them, we'll go home.
On that. Do you happen to have any luck rescuing Trisha's soul from the staff?
No. Power that holds it is very strong.
True.
But I fear that having Talus involved would be worse fate.
Gonna offer. I do believe I may have learned a way to release it, but I have a feeling it would just send us straight back to the tree, which is great. Boom.
Which is what you wanted. Wanted them to be sent somewhere else besides back to the hands of Talus.
Precisely.
Did not
Well,
believe
is there
in
any-
us, but
I was gonna say, is there a way that Claire, you can use that stuff through the rod and send her soul to where she came from?
Technically, she came from Palace, sort of.
Oh, well, she just go right back to the tree then.
Right, that is.
I
Kind
bet you our tree could help her.
Yeah.
your
Sun tree? I bet you the sun tree
Sun tree might
could
have
purify it.
could have the power to be able to do such a thing. But what I felt from staff might not survive that. Celestial radiance from the sun tree. What it would do to something so unholy. Presence.
That would make sense. Even the smaller one that I had destroyed upon releasing Lima's soul. Still, might be something we can tackle at a later time. If you want to return her to us, we will return the matriarch staff to you, and then both see what we can do.
I will. Reach behind them, pulling off the staff, handing it over to you. Hand over the staff to the matriarch.
Oh yeah, yeah, I do.
I'll keep them at bay. Hopefully convince. As far as the dragon fight is concerned, are you moving after the dragon now?
That's the plan.
I would come to help you. But if I do so, I don't know if I can keep the Salinar.
Meh. We faced one dragon. We could do it again.
I believe you're more needed helping keep them in check. I fear for what they may decide to do given recent activities.
Staff of the Matriarch should have the power combined with me as a Freljord. Should be able to keep them in line and balance. The words and whispers of Talus drift. I wish you the best of luck. Battle to come. A swift and decisive victory. Rugash has been a plague, not on me only, but all of these people. Rugash was responsible for the loss of my vaccine.
You shall repay that debt.
If he's smart, he's cowering in his lair right now because he knows what's fucking coming.
I suspect he is rather disturbed of things.
Well, if anything, I'd imagine he's preparing, knowing that we're coming.
All that.
I mean, it is what it is.
He can prepare all he wants. I'm gonna kill him.
There's nothing further I wish to discuss. We meet again.
Yeah. See you after we kill the dragon.
Push past. The open doors, walking across the bridge. Find a nearby tree. Right?
Oof. I'm dodging board there.
Told you. Fine.
Wow.
All right, let's go kill a dragon.
Theron steps forward. Been a long time since we've seen a Freljord here.
Hopefully, it won't be the last.
And hopefully it won't be under such tense circumstances.
Tense. I honestly, very impressed. See as they look a little flustered. A little red in the
She
cheeks.
is quite fetching. She's also quite powerful.
Yeah.
We had to do a bit of I had to do something she was not going to be fond of in order to solve.
Yeah, I overheard conversation. Didn't mean to eavesdrop. This is my fort.
It's
so.
That's fair.
Absolutely. We're in your house.
Yeah, but now you can build new houses.
Sounds like
Yeah,
we'll be
man.
able to get off this little island, Lake Ivrai, rebuild. I'm sure a number of rangers, though, will depart for greater pastures. They only kept themselves here to help the Fey refugees and push back the undead. That's
What
not
about the
necessary.
others?
Might not be a need. I had that thought as well, since we aren't going to be waging war and attacking the tower. Getting a couple patrollers ready to cross over the river and see about the movings of Trillia's rangers. see if they're okay.
Curious what might become of them given the loss of connection, or if the dragon is still pulling the string.
Dragon is the last piece.
Well, let's go take him off the board and then clear everything up and be on our way to other fun things.
Yeah, what's the next dragon after this one? Anyone got a list?
I don't know that we've gotten that.
I think we got the fire dragon next. Remember he was attacking something, or was that a different dragon?
Well, no, there was a
No.
silver dragon up in the
Silver
dwarven.
dragon. Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
that's
next one.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah,
Claire,
I was
you
gonna
got
say,
the piece
fire
of that
dragon's
one.
all the way down south, right?
Right.
Is that what we're supposed to do? Just kill all the dragons?
That's
Well,
kind of what
yes.
we do. Yeah. Go dragon to dragon. Whatever side quests come our way, we take care of that real quick. It always happens.
I was just wondering, is killing
dra-
them the only way?
I suspect. Well, according to Thrym,
I mean, to be fair, the last one was very rude. This one I haven't talked too much, but he did try to kill us once. So,
this one is also rather rude.
so then
I
yes.
do wonder if there might be a way to put him to purpose, but I suspect it would be difficult. As for the other dragons, some of them I suspect are probably not malevolent, but we've not met one of those.
Yeah, in my world, not all dragons are mean. Some of them are
I'll
actually
ask
kind
Therm
of.
about that after we kill this dragon.
Well, yeah, this dragon has.
He's
to
got a
die.
lot of information on dragons.
That would make sense.
So yeah, we may be able to save some dragons, I guess. Just not this one.
All right.
Yeah, right? No one's going to try to save this dragon.
Look, I don't mean to
See how it
interrupt.
goes.
You all need to be on board if you're going to put it into Grugash. I don't know about these other dragons you're talking about, but if you're going to go fight Grugash, you all need to come together. I'm not seeing it right.
Oh, it's what we do. It's fine. It'll work itself out
Vixen's
We're never
direction
together.
of
together.
Erwin holding the bow.
Oh yeah,
Oh, don't
Frank.
worry. We'll bring that back. We would never lie to people. Right, Jax?
Yeah, I mean, I said we would use it to help kill the dragon and give it back.
I know
and,
that.
I mean, that's
And through my bow, I'm honored. But if you are to die, all of you, that is lost. We
That
are,
would be unfortunate.
and our days are numbered.
I mean, to be fair, if we all die, even if you got the bow back, it probably wouldn't be that great
I
for
mean,
anybody.
like, to be honest, his first stop is probably here if we all die.
Look, no. I'm going to give you a pep talk. You're going to need a little rally, okay? I do this to my rangers sometimes, and I think it might be necessary. You're all going to go fight a fucking dragon, all right? That's larger than this fucking fort. It's massive. It has killed many of my rangers. It has put to death all of this in the name of what? Directed and commanded.
Well, we
Intakers.
kind of have an idea.
You have an
but-
idea? You have an idea in your head?
Yeah. A
Okay.
little bit.
So, what happens now? This fog is gone. There's talk that the congruence is no more. No more undead shadows. Would have read we merged back. All that this dragon knows, that it was surviving and fighting and living for, is fucking gone. It's gonna be total war.
Yeah.
If it fights you go into its lair, and it fights back, it is going to fight to its death.
Well, we had
That's
that.
the idea.
Oh,
I mean,
I understand. That's the idea. But one of you falters. You don't work together. You don't have teamwork. You're all gonna crumble like a deck of cards.
Meh. We'll be fine. We
A
have
really funny
teamwork.
way of saying thank you.
I'm thankful. I've told you thankful. I've told you thank you. You have my bow. You had my
Maybe we have.
support
True.
in attacking. Not only do we help against Trillia's Rangers, but we were also going to fight the Ended Horde on the south side of the Citadel Wall for you.
That's true. We should stop
Okay,
being
that's
mean to the
true.
man, and we
That's
should just
true.
go kill the dragon.
We've given
so,
you food and drink and shelter in our home.
So just to help calm your mind about us dying so quickly, we may not appear to be on the same page all the time, but we know we need each
I
other.
believe.
So we
I
got it.
believe that you are confident and very capable warriors, and each of your own right. Magic,
I'm actually-
martial prowess, cunning and mischievous movements, tactful. I wholeheartedly believe that. But what's in here points towards your heart. Fight this dragon for more than just treasure. Fight it for each of you coming together as one. Fight it. The days of days come. That's all I got.
We appreciate you.
Thanks.
Glad you guys don't have to go die. We're gonna go kill a dragon.
Actually, been very helpful. Thank you very much for your persistence. As
Of
always.
course, more than welcome any time. Get right forward is, of course, always open to you. I'll be sending several
Thank you.
patrols behind you, using the canoes to cross over the Farron River, and seeing about the Trillia Rangers. I imagine they'll be only a couple hours behind your travels.
I would suggest staying away from the Citadel until we can go check it out. It was kind of
course.
close to Harducking Grunt, so like, who
We're not going
knows
to go
today.
anywhere near there. Don't worry.
All right, well, bye.
See you later. Open up the gates.
Suppose you guys could have just transformed in town, but that may be
As the
rude.
ranger pushes past, begins to murmur. They all turn, lay a look, and watch you. That's right.
So, do we think it's worth trying to ascertain if the dragon is in his lair currently?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we can
Yeah.
solve that once we get there.
Whether or not he's in his lair, he's always gonna return there, right?
And you can summon
Yeah,
him.
if you use the stone when you're in his lair, won't he get pissed off and just come to his lair anyway?
Perhaps. I'd rather catch him in his lair than be in his lair when he gets there in case he's, I don't know. got
I
a
mean, we
way
could
to
set a trap.
Collapse the thing on top of us or something.
Do we even know where it's at? Have we figured that out yet?
Yeah, it was
It's just down a tunnel.
Yeah.
down a tunnel in Trillia's place. Yeah. I mean, we didn't go all the way, but we know where the tunnel is.
So I was going to be right back.
Bye, Toe.
Toe's got to go.
Always missing a toe.
He said bye, guys.
Bye. Have a good time.
So this,
I mean,
yeah, I mean, you know where to go. Trillia told you that was in the direction of the dragon's lair. I mean, if you believe her, that's where it goes. You have not scouted another entrance into the lair. What Trillia basically said was that whatever tunnel reaches underneath the lake. So you would have to swim and immerse yourself in the lake and attempt to get whatever layer this is, which is not advantageous in the slightest. So you can do some more exploring and see if there's other opportunities entering into the lair. But what you're saying here is that, you'd rather be in the lair and fight them than being elsewhere and allowing
I'd
them
like
have
to fight him in
aerial
the lair.
amphibious.
Yeah, but I also don't want to be in the lair waiting for him to show up in case he's just got like a, safety mechanism or something.
Gotcha. Definitely for strategy and thought. Probably not best to talk about that in front of Theron, who seems to not have the total confidence of you and your party at the present moment from having literally a conflict right there. But let's kill the dragon. Wait, you all just killed the dragon?
He's welcome to wait for the next group of intrepid heroes.
Well, now that the fog is lifted, bounty up on Grugash's head. Let's go.
Yeah, he's about to have a bad day either way.
Nah, Thrym told me that we have to use that bounty to get, a better foothold and then go kill fire giants later. So that's our bounty.
Trying to spend your money for you? That's a very short. Bello has never asked me to invest currency.
Well, no, he didn't ask me to spend the money. He told me to use the money in service of killing things. So it's like spending money on myself. I get
Yeah.
more weapons.
I like that.
Yes, because that's exactly what you need.
I mean, maybe he does. Don't judge.
I mean, right now I've only got a sword, an axe, and a glaive. I could have
And a
other
cursed
things.
scythe in a bag.
Wow, it's got to stay in
Yeah.
the bag, unfortunately.
It's yeah, I mean,
If
it's
we
only
fix it,
cool
it
while
just
it's cursed.
becomes nothing. It was never cool. That was the problem. It's a metal stick
And-
that turns you into a creepy bat person.
So, at this point, you all are departing across the bridge, getting into the grass, heading in a general direction of east-ish, just to get some space away from the fort. You crest over the hill a little bit. Now you kind of stop. You're about 200-300 feet away from the actual Mont Bailey fort and that bridge that crosses over the lake edge. You have some time here alone. Doesn't seem like there's any rangers around you. You can see some motion now inside of the actual fort as some of the rangers are moving about. Some picking up some supplies, looking down over the palisade wall. This was stated by Theron, getting ready to send out several patrols to do some reconnaissance. What is the lay of the land? What's the undead movement like? These are the things that Theron needs to know. We are still in the same day that it's been light. So this is all very quickly coming to pass. And now, with having a Freljord entering into the fort and speaking on behalf of leading the Salinar, Theron is wanting to make some movements and motions for themselves, aiming to be able to disband their Ranger Corps. This is the only reason why they exist. So if there is not a reason for them to actually be together in fighting back the undead, if they're no longer going to be a plague upon the people, if the Fae are no longer going to be half made to be refuge, if Trilla's Rangers are mindless and lost, they are there to help them, no longer to help the Fae, no longer to fight, go on their merry way. So, you have some moments to talk about your strategy, about your plan. We know we're going to fight the dragon. Went through an entire 180 from what I had prepped today. I thought you were attacking the tower. So I had this all prepped out, and I went ahead and just delete. I would literally, as soon as you're like, we're not going to go there anymore, I was like, delete. Just go ahead and get that off of there. You can always still go there, but pretty hilarious how that happens sometimes. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, you'll have some time to roleplay between yourselves about what the final attack is like here, and what you all are going to intend to do to fight this dragon, hopefully on your terms as best as you possibly can. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to come back at about 7:50 p.m. PST. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in a bit. Bye. Thanks for coming back to us as we go through our last hour and some odd change. We started late, so we'll try to push longer if we can. We are now nestled on top of a reed grass foothill, not foothill, but just ridge outside of the lake, hundreds of feet away. You now have your opportunity to role play with yourselves here to figure out, how you want to approach this. I understand a little bit of it, right? But this is more like strategy when we're actually fighting the dragon. And we could also say that this is in transition. We could talk on the way there because I don't know entirely how you're going to get there. I imagine it's going to be changing shape and flying over because that seems to be the fastest method of travel that you all have as a party. Even, do we want to risk having the wolves with us? Do we want to bring them into a fight like that? Do we want to, these sort of things are the questions that you want to ask and talk about in transition. That's kind of how we're going to phrase it. You'll be on transition at this point. But remember, if you're change shape and you are those beasts, right, there are some rules related to the change shape and being those beasts. You do have the intelligence that you would previously have. And also, in the actual descriptor, you maintain proficiencies and skills of your actual previous self, which means you can talk from the animal. So you can talk while you're flying. If you're going to be a giant eagle, right? You can be like, "What's going on, guys?" You can actually do that with the change shape ability.
Plus, we have the bond to help.
Yeah, and if you do the telepathic bond as well, that will also help. I'll just play kind of a dual wind noise here to showcase that you're flying. And are we going to be flying high? Remember, there's no fog really now, so are we going to just
We
be
have to stay low because that's gonna be dragon bait if we're up in.
low? Okay,
Yeah, like treetops.
Yeah.
treetops. Okay.
But quickly find out where the dragon is.
You know what I was thinking about that? Why don't we just, Kanan, why don't you just tell the dragon we're waiting for him in his lair, assuming you can fight off the urge for he could track us immediately, and then that way he goes to the lair first, and then we meet him there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Perhaps if I tried when we're almost there, so that if he is there, then we'll be on him in no time. Maybe not tell him, but if he figures it out, at least we'll be right there. And then if he's not there, he'll start going.
To there.
We also don't know how far down the tunnel it is. Like, it's just somewhere in the lake.
Fair point. Could just go in blind and see if he's there. If he's not, figure.
I mean, look, let's be honest. As soon as we get in there, Donald's gonna smell the dragon or see him or something and run right in to fight him anyway. So any plan that we had is gonna go to shit.
Well, that's if the dragon's there. The problem is if he's not there, we got to find a way to get him there before we're there. So we'd have to leave.
No, we don't.
Well, we don't want
If
him
he's
to.
not there, if he's not there when we get there, we set up an ambush and wait.
That's what I'm saying. We don't want to be in the tunnel though, in case, like Kanan suggested, he might be able to collapse it with us in there.
Yeah, because it's in the lake.
Right.
So
That's
we
the
want
last
him
place you want to be
in there.
under a body of water.
Although I could breathe underwater, and I think Kanan, you have the ability to now with the stone, so we would be fine.
Well, quote out of character, you have
Could
to
not do that
you have
today.
to cannot do that today, so you'd have to rest.
But we could. Well, how long does it take to change shape?
Well, it's the stone's ability. You pick it per day, so you
Once per
have
day.
to.
So if
it's
you're
Oh.
using change shape, that's the whole day, unless you rest.
Well, I know, but do you have to use it the same animal every time, or can you turn into like a fish?
Oh, you're saying keep with change shape and just change to a fish.
Just change shape into it. Yeah. Well, that
Yeah.
would help the two of us, but nobody else.
No, we could turn into a muckluck, right?
Oh, and eat them.
It's a giant sperm whale.
Ooh, that too.
Change into a giant sperm whale.
Eat them.
I
So
don't
we
know how
won't-
I'm
big the
dying.
lake is, but
I'm just gonna die. I'm not going into sperm whale's mouth.
I was
yeah, I
gonna
mean, I
say.
can hold my breath for 4 minutes, so like I'll figure
Yeah,
it
I mean,
out.
if one of you becomes a sperm whale and then plop into the mouth, yeah. I don't know how that's going to help you against a dragon though. That is primarily amphibious, so.
Yeah.
Details.
That was
Details.
the don't drown plan.
It's
That
the
wasn't
fucking
the
colossal
also
squid.
Fight, yeah, don't also fight the dragon plan.
Yeah, when you escape, if you escape, if there's ever a problem, I think you have enough tools in your wheelhouse to get out without drowning.
I presume the dragon is either falling back to his lair or he's set up at the tower.
Maybe throwing a hissy fit.
Right, one of the
Yeah,
other.
that's why I would expect him to be in his lair.
Yeah.
We should bring the wolves with us, though.
I,
Yeah,
I
They
mean,
redeem themselves and like.
their whole point was to fight dragons, so give them a
They
chance.
also
Yeah.
can't breathe underwater. Perhaps we should ask them.
Depends on how much time I have. Maybe I could produce a few potions for that.
Potions of water breathing.
See, I think there are a few.
Drink this.
Under Crispy.
You just put it in a
Drink this
bottle.
out, you're drowning.
There's other ways to get him to take it. I'm just saying.
Wow.
Suppository of water breathing. Yeah.
You know what this group's name is? I just thought of it, but I'm not going to say it because it's not appropriate for the stream. But you're so welcome.
Text it to us privately after the stream.
Wait,
I mean,
I'm finding a
I
new
kept
Friday
somebody's
group.
wolf alive by doing that. You know, I'm just saying.
So yeah, that's the plan. We go in there, scout it out. If he's not in there, then we set up a plan to get him there.
Okay.
And we ask the wolves if they want to come. Easy plan. Good job. Great job, guys.
Teamwork.
There we go. For once, a
Yeah.
simple plan.
Clap
The
for
only
Bingo.
other part of the plan is Claire is going to haste me. Right?
Gotcha.
That is part of the plan? Okay. As long as that's part of the plan, I don't really care about the rest of it.
Go to town.
Now, if you drop concentration on that haste, you and I are going to have a conversation.
Who wants the other haste?
Probably Kanan would probably be best for it.
Let me check. Actually, it's been a while.
The melee people probably need it.
Or Jax. Give Jax an extra attack with that oath bow.
Yeah,
It's true.
I don't. So since I missed the beginning, has the oath bow gone? It hasn't gone through a dawn yet, so it's not
Yeah,
even.
no, it's
Yeah, it
it's
has.
dawn
Yeah,
now.
no, it's,
yeah,
it's
the sun
dawn.
came up.
It's like
That was
noon.
Oh, did it? Okay, so
Yeah,
I do
part
have it
of-
back then.
Part
Yeah.
of closing the
Okay.
congruence is time got unfucked. basically.
Okay,
Speaking
sorry,
of
I
that,
should have asked that at the beginning or on break. I apologize.
how
Yeah,
many for
so-
my?
Go ahead.
My wand is good to go then.
Yeah, you'll have to roll because it's a rolled thing. But
Would it just be one day, right?
well, yeah, I mean you just have 1 day worth of recovery for that.
Remember, it's not a day; it's a dawn because we had
that-
this problem last time.
well, not dawn. It's a dawn. Yeah, dawn.
Yeah, it's
Sunset?
dawn.
Yeah.
Sunset.
Because it's
Dawn?
the same as the oath bow.
Yeah, it's the same thing. So you have to roll, I think, a D4, D6,
It's a D4
4 plus 1.
Is it D4
or is it just a
plus
4?
one?
Or is it a flat 4? D4.
Hmm.
I always
Let
forget.
me look. It is a D6 plus 1.
There you go. 6. You only need 3 charges, so you're able to recover all the way that. So you're at 7 charges now. So next on the Wand of Winter there, you do have
Fuck yeah.
about 3 dozen miles to cover if you're headed back in the direction of Trillius Cavern. That is going to put you, in terms of time, you're going to be at night at that point upon arrival, and you also are going to have to put pretty far into yourself. Remember, change shape does not mean you're not succumbing to physical exertion. So if you're going to be flying that distance, you might have to rest anyways. I think in per travel rules, you probably take a level of exhaustion if you continue.
Good thing I made those exhaustion potions.
So you could fly there. You could pop, potion to cure your fatigue, right? And then you can go in and start trekking and
I mean,
start
We could just kind of like plop like right here. I'm on the map, by the way. Like very close, and then continue going. That way we don't.
Well, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, if you want to take a rest, but you have your wolves outside of the cavern. That's where they're at.
We should probably
So-
go to the cavern, plop Tiny Hut down if we're going to rest.
Yeah,
Take
just
a
like we did
rest,
last
and then
time. Just rest
Alright.
in the cavern.
That works.
Because it doesn't matter if it's day or night when we get to him in his lair.
Yeah, that's true. It's gonna be underground anyway.
Sounds good.
Except on the next full rest, Pip's gonna turn into a man bat or something.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
a-
Then I get to hit something before the dragon. I get to warm up my dice.
Don't talk about
Yep.
dice.
And
Or
Pip
waste that
gets
your
to
good
reroll
drive.
his character.
Too soon.
I look, man.
Too soon.
I
There's no
I
such
have
thing
to
as dice.
forget that happened. Like, we have to move on. It's done. It's over. And tomorrow I get to bring out the best character I've ever made, and it's
Oh,
gonna be great.
Jesus Christ. It's just started all over again.
It's worse.
Should have been a bar.
Oh, it is so much worse than Pardon.
Jesus. Not,
So-
you're not instilling confidence right now. I'm feeling that lightning bolt coming out from the gods.
That's okay. I'm resistant to lightning.
Ugh. It's Michael damage. It can't be resisted.
It's DM damage. Yeah.
Damage.
It's a new classification of damage.
You just took DM damage for being a dick. Yeah, okay. That's fair.
And because you were such a super dick, it's voted. All right. So we're gonna ping the dragon. Is that what we're doing in flight here?
No, I think we decided not to.
Okay.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think we're gonna wait, see if we're gonna check out the thing first to see if he's actually in there already, and if he's not, then we'll backtrack and figure out how we're gonna get him there.
I mean, since my stone is not complete, are you able to use your stone and just tell where he is?
No.
Kind of.
Well, kind of. You have to
I
break into
have
his
to-
mind
Yeah, I have to read his mind.
without him breaking into yours. That was
could
kind of
just
my
ask.
problem.
I could just ask him. I mean,
I figured we could maybe see just where he is. But
I
if
can't do
it's,
that
that
without
difficult-
actually having a conversation.
Now, if
Yeah,
anyone
that's-
had a dragon helm or dragon hunter helm,
Actually, don't we have those? Somebody had those.
yeah. I
Oh,
thought a
hold
few
on, I
people
have
had
one.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
have
so
one
you,
too.
Are
You
you
can tell.
attuned to
Yeah,
it?
you guys
Yeah.
can tell where he is.
I'm not attuned to mine. I got my translator on.
within
got-
100 miles. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and concentrate and use my helm of the Dragon Hunter.
Look at us overthinking things and having a simple
I'm not-
solution right in front of us.
I was
Yeah,
waiting
but I'm
for
not.
somebody to say
This is going to be iffy because it just says I can. It says you can take 1 minute, activate the helm. The presence of dragons within 100 miles. It doesn't say like anything else.
I think it
so.
gives you like a direction.
Yeah, That's like a radar you ping.
maybe like when we get halfway between Trillia's and the tower, so you can kind of it's either back towards
Okay, yeah,
towards the
that works.
lake or
So,
towards the I don't know.
yeah, Michael. Instead of doing it now, I'll do it when we're walking toward the place we're going in to see if I can get a direction that way.
We're assuming he's under the lake, but if he's not, then we know he's not in his lair.
Right.
Okay. We're going in the direction of the cavern, and then you're going to ping it when you're in the cavern.
We'll
So
probably do
here-
it after the long rest.
after your long rest and see.
Yeah.
Would you-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
How long does it take to attune something again?
One
You
hour.
said
1 hour.
1
An
hour. So remind me during my next long rest, I need to get rid of the helmet translation and put on the Dragon Hunter helm.
So I'll go ahead and narrate for you. So you're able to fly in a low altitude here as you crest over. Now with the fog removed, you're able to have a pretty good sight if you actually increase your altitude. But you're showing you're trying to tell me, right, don't have a dragon pluck us out of the sky. We're gonna fly low. And when you do that, you can't really get a good vantage point overlooking Thixia and overlooking the tower that lies at the center point of that. You can see the tower rise. It's not nearly as large or as tall as the towers of Mersatra, even though this is one of them. It seems to be far more regal in its kind of design, with many different sort of buttresses that are extending outwards, like gargoyle-like styles. And then in terms of like architecture work, right, you see like the cornice and the other sorts of the hinges, right, as they round around, right? Those structures are very elegant in the way that they've been masoned and chiseled and such, where the other towers seem to be very brutish as they're extending with like bastion points and these bevels and things. This one seems to be more in realm of like a Sistine Chapel, right? It's trying to be something that's standing out as elegant and regal in the way that it's been designed, so it catches the eyes of those. A very big, focal point, as you will, at the center of things. Yeah. Around that, though, again, the wall and being too low, you can't see it. The wall being ruined. You are able to see, though, that there are shadows that are moving every so often on top of that wall as you fly south, many miles to your north, as you can see these dots of shadows and other things lingering. And the fog, even though dispersed, it seems to still cling slightly around the citadel. This could be just because there's remainder left. We saw a dispersal, if you kind of hinted at being removed, is not just simply gone from existence. It's slowly changing, right? So it's probably that this could be where the fog was coming from, and that it's just not gone all the way. And you're continuing to fly in an eastern heading. You're getting a low altitude, covering over the grass. Every so often, you are going to kind of keep your eyes peeled. Are the Trillia Rangers in the midst? Are they rolling around? Are they moving? And then as you're now dodging and weaving, you'll see an undead patrol that you have to clear away from in a towering tree as it's moving and hulking. As this patrol was probably quite far away, and now they're slowly beginning to pull themselves in the direction of the citadel. And that tree as it's lurking and moving, some of the undead as they're moving. And I'm going to have every one of you please roll perception checks.
Yep, that tracks. These are my dice. This is why we lost Saturday.
Classic 3 from Deuce over here. Script's working great. So,
Oh man.
yeah, you know it. So as the perception checks align, Donlin, you probably just kind of caught off guard. You can still see them, but you can't get like kind of vivid details and stuff. Inside of the patrol, you don't see any Trillia Rangers, and you have no inclination that they have any prisoners. There's no actual Fae in manacles. They're not traveling with anything that they're carrying. They don't have any sort of extra goodies, if you will. Now, one of you has a fairly exceptional perception check. Well, two of you actually above 20 here. So Pip and Kanan, with your perception checks, you can't see that the treant has sustained damage. It actually has numerous of spears that are inside of its bark that are being kind of disintegrated by acid as it moves and shifts slowly and slowly and slowly. And from judging by the decomposition of the spears from that acid, as well as how thick they've been lodged in there and how slow they've been removing, this reminds you that they've potentially been in there for a number of hours here in their travel.
Makes sense. The two eagles would see it.
I
And
suspect
murders.
our lizard friends are no more.
Well, that's a shame.
We can always swing by after, maybe. There could be some remains.
Yeah, they were kind of dicks anyway.
Why? Why would we
Why
really
would-
care?
I mean, we did agree to help them.
I mean, it's kind of what we do. We help people.
Sure,
Yeah,
we're gonna
that
kill the
was-
dragon. They're gonna be free if any are left.
I don't recall one of them spitting on your Cheerios. So hostile.
What? They allied with a dragon to kill other lizard folks. No, screw them.
With a
Donlin, at this
gun to
point,
their
you and I
head.
agree.
They had a gun to their head. It's not like all of them agreed. Probably just the king.
Yeah, but they could have just done the information part, and I would have been okay with it. Like I don't really care. But hey, dragon, wipe off this whole other tribe because we don't like them. No.
They used the dragon for self-gain.
They used their dragon, what it sounded like was for self-defense. They were afraid that the other tribes would turn on them. So
there's many things in history that could be argued from different sets of view. Mine's not going to change on this one.
That's fine. I didn't expect it. But
Let's just kill the dragon first, and then we'll worry about all that stuff later. Details.
right.
Continue your flight. You're able to reach the cavern. Your wolves greet you warmingly as they created a slight burrow inside of the actual opening of that cavern. They pull themselves towards you. A number of them have sustained wounds and other things from conflict and fighting. They were hunting, maybe attacked by undead. And as leader of the pack steps forward, vocalizes in the common tongue. The Rangers. We found them or they found us. Doesn't matter. We're able to defeat a number of them. Or they retreated to the south. There's been numerous undead that have pulled themselves through this area. We have hid in here for safekeeping. Shelter. The dragon has flown overhead. Large wake as it crashed into the lake due north.
You haven't seen him come out of the lake then?
No, we have heard no noise. We will not be able to see them at this distance.
True. So hey, I guess we got our wish. He might be in there.
Here's that way.
As we get closer, I'll use the helm to confirm or not, but it's looking good.
Glad you
Using-
guys are okay though.
Using the helm. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
How far away from the actual lake are we right now?
You're pretty
Or
far.
the entrance to the cavern, I guess.
Well, you're at the entrance to the cavern right now. So you're
Oh,
about
okay.
you're about like 4 and 5 miles ish away from the edge of the lake, and then you'd be about like 7 miles or so into the heart of that. So if you were in the middle of the lake, and it's an oblong. It's not like it's a circle in terms of shape. So
Yeah.
but you're
So it
pretty
doesn't
fucking
say
close.
how many. Yeah, it doesn't say how many times a day this can be used either. So
No,
is it?
you can use it. You can use it whenever you. As
infinite?
long as you sit down and you take time to attune to the helm, it basically is like a
Yep.
radar dish.
Yeah,
where it's
okay,
like
so-
picking up the signals of a dragon.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll go ahead and do it now, just to see after what they said, just to kind of
Okay.
confirm that it hasn't
Okay.
left. And
Okay. So you get on the helm here, Jax, and you hold it up, and you begin to turn a slight dial here and move a little antenna.
Helldivers
As it
all
begins
over
to
again.
begins to beep towards you, and you hear Lance over here with the headphones connected into the helmet with a jack, listening as well, having a map in front of him as they get to pinpoint coordinates and directions of where the ping is coming from.
that would be great to have him plug something in like that.
And then
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
you got Claire, the Turing machine, over there cracking the code. All right. So it's very simple. You're able to feel a connection, a bond. The helmet is attuned, rings outwards, and then that signal kind of comes back like an echolocation, right? So you're sending something out and you're coming back, and that relevance to you to distance. It comes back almost near immediately. It's very strong, its connection. Inside the mouth of the cavern, it points in the direction of due north of your location. And feels, in terms of proximity, farther than the lake would be. So you kind of feel strongly that it would be there and then down.
I think he's there.
Okay, good to know. So we're gonna rest here, and then first we wake up and go.
You
Go
also
down?
feel another dragon. A second ping emanates farther away. many dozens and dozens of miles. Not at the full range for the helm can detect, but it's damn near close. It seems due south, slightly east.
Interesting. I just got another ping back a little further away, but still, all things given, relatively close to, like, southeast of us, of another one. Another dragon.
Interesting.
Don't get me wrong. I know we're really good at killing dragons, but I don't know if we can take on two at once. So
Remind me again, what's the upper range on that?
I would say, I don't know, about 100 miles, give or take. But this is not 100 miles. It's closer than that, but it's not. I don't think it's, to Pip's point, close enough to interfere with what we're doing here. Just, there is another one that's close. If we're
Just
looking
trying-
for something to do after this.
Well, no, I'm just thinking what could be southeast of us. Where would it be hiding? Shit. Would a Lathan be within range?
Yeah. Is there a scale on this map?
Yeah, if you do
There
the
is.
ruler, you can do it is in miles. But I don't know exactly where we are in the marsh, so it's
I
like,
have converted as best as I can between the maps. It's very, as far as accuracy. I mean, on the world map it'd be 10 plus minus 10 miles. On the marshes, it's split pretty out of scale. There's not really any scale to it. I try to match it up as best I can because everything's drawn really out of proportion, as was described in this like leaflet kind of thing. It's not really comprised very well by like a master cartographer, right? The continent map, that would be very close as accurate. If you use the river
Yeah.
as a placeholder for where you're measuring from in the direction of where you're going, that should be fairly accurate as far as
yeah, I'm just thinking
Oh.
like
I love all these rulers on the map right now. Just going,
I'm
going
guessing
all
like
over the place.
it'll be like the large wood, maybe.
I would be right on the outer range. Like,
Yeah.
That's what- Anyway, no need to dawdle.
right,
Kill
sorry.
that one out after
Just a-
we killed a dragon.
idle curiosity.
I don't know. Just
Trust
figured I'd
that-
let you guys know instead of keeping it a secret.
Yeah, secrets are bad.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, they are bad, Pip.
Yeah, keep secrets. So should we set up a tent here and then get real rested, and then we can do another ping, and then if he's still there, go in.
I mean, we're taking the long rest before we fight. This would probably be the place to do it because I think once we go down there, there's
It's game on.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do the hut.
I don't think anybody needs a long rest to be prompted, so I'm not going to go ahead and do that. You all are taking 8 hours here, Lavinna? No.
Yes, I am going to unattune my helm and then do the helm of Dragon Hunter. Since I
Okay.
don't think I'm gonna need translation down here. I speak
Okay.
Draconic anyway. There we go.
All right, so you're able to unattune from the helmet translation, which is sort of detecting the hearing and then producing streams of where, like, the language would be translated. You then put on the helmet, and you become rightly attuned to the presence of a dragon. Dare I say, the soul, and being able to interpret before it actually happens. It's an insightful weapon, it's an insightful piece of equipment, I'd say, which allows you to clue in on nuanced details of a dragon's movement and presence. Be able to understand where they are at and how they're going to work in terms of battle, be able to predict those attacks. So, bear the helm, sharpen your steel, don your armor, polish it up perhaps, tighten down the bootstraps. Yeah.
One more question. Is obviously not gonna be flying. If I turn Toe into a rhino, would he be able to fit through this? Is this big enough?
Right now, the cavern is depicted to you. Large-sized creatures are able to go through. The creatures you did face, these dragonlings, were huge in terms of their size categories, and they were able to traverse as well. However, those creatures showcased pretty successful movements in lengthy, kind of tight environments. They also could climb and move. Depending
So
on what you
Sabretooth.
are you polymorphing, or are you just changing shape?
I'm gonna no for my for toe from a Pegasus, like because I can.
Oh, you want you want your steed to be a saber tooth.
Yeah, I think that's because I was gonna say Rhino, but I don't think he'd be able to traverse in this type. But a Sabretooth might be agile enough to jump and do what they got to do.
Okay,
I think a Pegasus down here would be very smart. That's what I'm trying to get at.
gotcha.
So I'm probably just gonna, if I have to spend a spell slot to desummon him and summon him back, I want to do that before my rest as well. He's still toe. I don't know if that's how that works, but
You want the saber tooth to be toe as well?
yep, toe is toe if that's possible.
It's taking on a different appearance.
Hmm.
Wow, poor toe. Just kidding.
The elementals all have different names, but not toe. Gotta be.
I'm kind of curious to see. I'm gonna transition you over here. I'm gonna do this from your character sheet Pip, because I'm actually really curious. It says there's automation now for Fine Greater Steed, so I'm gonna try casting it from you, and I'm gonna see if it does anything. No actors found in Steed's folder. Default name. You're learning new things every day. Let's go. Looks for a folder named Greater Steeds, and you get to select which one it comes. Okay, let's
Do I see that somewhere?
no, it's in the tooltips for the actual CPR where the automations.
Oh, gotcha.
Let's go ahead and drag your Steeds. Put toe in there, and then we'll also put Sabertooth Tiger there as well. If you had to have a color, would it be white, gray, black, brown?
Let's say white, since I have the white stone. Yeah.
All right. Permissions look good. All right, let's try it now. Celestial Fae or Fiend?
I'd say Fae.
Fae.
Or, yeah, Fae for now, yeah.
What language? Common, Elvish, Draconic, Giant?
For the sake of this, I'm gonna get Draconic, since we're going against a dragon.
Ah, so cool. Okay, it does it. Yeah. Oh my god. That is way oversized, which is super funny, but yeah.
Holy!
Oh my
Tiger.
god.
That's my toe!
Let's shrink. It's scaled 1.5. Get it back to 1. Get down there. There you go. So it is automated now, and we can just put your steeds in that folder, and then it will prompt you for everything you need. So
That is dope.
Ooh. All right. And then Fine Greater Steed is not a ritual, is it?
No, that's why I needed to do it before the long rest to get my spell slot back.
Gotcha. Okay, let's put this spell slot back, then we'll leave that effect on. All right. Anybody else accomplish anything before the long rest?
Doing the usual aid.
Oh, well, you're on the map for it. Flop it
Mhm.
on.
Or Cloud Zog's not drunk. That's about it. Want him
You
dying
think
to a
Tonzog's not
dragon while
drunk?
he's drunk. Oh no, he probably was when we got there, but he's gonna be real sober by the time we go into the cave.
Todd's like sobering up.
May have to put him in a headlock to like,
Put him in a headlock.
yeah, make sure he doesn't go drink anymore. Somebody should have made food. Does nobody know how to cook?
Of course I can cook. That's not a problem.
Do we not
I got
have food?
unlimited pancakes.
Do you
What
have
would you have in mind?
Oh my gosh, he does.
Oh,
You have
like
so many
greater food?
proficiencies.
What, you talking?
Talking off the crafting guide, the max HP thing.
Oh, yeah, of course. Happy to whip you up something here. Let's see.
If we
Didn't
have
you
food
give him-
scraps anywhere.
I thought you already gave him like a big cake or something. Was that earlier?
It only lasts for
Yeah.
24 hours, so we have to make it every day.
Okay, so how many people still need food from aid?
I mean, we all have 8, I think.
I
now.
stacks with 8.
Stacks.
Okay,
'Cause it's
so
not-
yeah, I could just.
Yeah.
I think I can only make 2 doses of food then, because it's still considered a crafting item. So.
I would just give it to the frontline people. If I get hit, I'm probably screwed anyway. So
Yeah, Kanan or Donlin and I guess Kanan or maybe Jax if you get up in melee with your knives.
I mean, the oath bow reset, so I'm
He's
probably
got
using
the
the
bow.
oath bow.
Got it. So maybe
That
then
way,
Kanan.
I don't miss.
So we have as much HP as possible going into this fight.
All right. So how many are you making here? 2?
I think I'm making 2 because that's what I can get done during the 2 hours of not being asleep during a long rest. And let's go for kind of find the food recipes in your sheet here.
You have to put 2 greater food onto the map as an item pile.
Okay, yeah, if that's what I can make without having to roll for now, then that's fine. I'll experiment later.
Yeah, you don't need to roll as long as you have proficiency. You don't need to roll. So you have cook's utensils. You're able just to cook batches
Yep.
of food up here. It really comes down to time, right? If you have enough time.
Yeah.
to-
He'll experiment with making better stuff, when we have time to potentially fail rolls and not be at risk. Yes, 2 more Cook's Tools checks.
All right. So let's see here. Now these are made prior. I have not tested these after update. So comes into play. You already ate one.
Just ate one, yeah.
Just went for it.
And I don't think it worked.
It looks like you can no longer modify the. It looks like you can only have one active effect applied to max HP. It actually won't even let me change the 20.
No, well the
'Cause I was gonna
item,
manually do it.
as long as it's another effect stacking on it, it'll do it. So let me see what error pops up when I eat it. I'm also going to target you just to be safe. There it goes. You have to target yourself. That's why.
Even you got the other one.
Yeah, you just have to target yourself. It still works, and then I'll put 10 to you there. It's the same thing that was happening before.
Okay.
You're at 156, Domlin,
Man,
Num-
thick.
with the num-nums.
With the num nums.
Big boy.
That wasn't even the big num nums.
Oh, that was just a little supplement on usual ration food.
just a little taste.
A smidge.
It's a smidgen.
Level up, I get to put my ring of nourishment back on so I can bump it up another 10. That'd be great.
That'd be so nourished.
Are you going to put it on? Are you going to put on the ring too,
No,
Domlin?
one. No, not right
Oh.
now. I don't have enough attunement slots.
Oh, gotcha.
I need more item slots.
Num 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 num. Okay. Everyone ready?
Let's
I
crack
got
into
Ah,
it.
dragon.
All right. Really coming down.
For aid,
Yeah.
real quick for aid, is it? I know it gives us extra hit points, but oh, never mind. You just answered that question. Thanks. I was just about to do it myself. I just wanted to make sure.
To do what?
Oh, I was at 74 of 94. It didn't
Yeah.
plus up the current hit points, so I just wanted to make sure I was good to
Oh.
do that to 94 out of 94.
Yeah. I mean, it should
Should've
it
done
should
that automatic.
it should do that automatically with aid because aid has a built-in
I-
health scale thing.
So it wasn't, and then all of a sudden it did. So I
Oh.
figured you did it. Maybe it was just delayed.
I think it might have been delayed. I just opened your character
Okay.
sheet, but on my screen on your token, you were already healed up. So I think
Oh, okay.
I think your character sheet was just lagging, which
Okay,
makes sense.
easy enough.
Yeah. Are you trying to mount that saber too?
Yeah, I'm trying to use the utility way to do it, but I don't think it works that well. Oh well. What's the other way again? Like control.
Let's see if I can do it.
Target you both and press M.
Ah, gotcha. It's M.
Easy day.
One of these days you're gonna get it. Come on.
Yeah. Especially with the guy with all the mounts. You think I'd learn by now?
Yeah, I mean you're gonna have a saber tooth, a rhino, you're gonna have a wolf. I mean you're just the companion master over here. Might as well start yourself a nice little exhibit performance.
One day.
Come in the circus, right? Take a look at all my prized animals outside.
I mean, I
captivity.
can.
It's really just one animal that transforms all the time.
He's
I
got
have
magical
Poe.
secrets, and he's gonna take conjure woodland beans.
Fun fact: I do have Conjure Elemental. Close enough.
All right, let's see here. I'm gonna need to pop some tokens down. Oh, who's gonna go? Who's gonna lead the charge here? Who's gonna go first?
I
Don.
assume Donlin, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is there any stopping them?
Nope.
I don't think anyone would want to stop me. Pretty much made for killing dragons.
It's kind of your thing.
Or dying to dragons, but yes.
True. I don't think you've been alive since we've killed a dragon.
No, I just sat in front of a dragon, ate all of their attacks, to try to make it easier.
Hey, to be fair, I was stupid and I was right next to you for some reason. I still don't recall why I was next to you during that fight.
I don't know either, because, yeah, that... Next to Donlin is never where you want to be in a fight.
Yeah, I should have been distance from you, turned you into a giant ape or something, and then you would have lived. But, you know, we live and we learn.
So the real question is, how much XP is closing the congruence worth?
Not as much as this dragon we're going to kill. Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it.
All right. So you begin to descend down on the very sloped face of this kind of ravine, right? The gorge that lies with the river. You're going to follow that. You kind of stop into it. We know that it's not deep enough that you're going to be submerged by any means and taken by this small stream that cuts through on the ground here. The wolves are going to have difficulties. They are not creatures that are able to climb unless they're aided by ice. So they are going to have challenge. You'll have to lower yourselves down first, and then you'll have to either take them jumping down by some means, or just allowing them to jump freely down. They are large size. They have some good strength, so they're able then to come down relatively unassisted, but you'll have to kind of brace them, if you will, since they're going to be jumping all the way down there. Can't really climb with their paws. The saber-tooth tiger is able, as a cat, does have some climbing abilities. That's more so than the wolf's counterparts, but takes some time is really where I'm getting here. Just takes a while to be able to get all of your creatures down into the ravine rather than just yourselves. And then you begin to move, pulling yourself through. The passage is big enough for a large to huge-sized creature, but like I said, the huge-sized category becomes challenging in terms of its height as this begins to shallow down in the ceiling, as well as the tightness, right? You have to be very long and thin to be able to move, right? And so as even the saber-tooth being as big and as large as it is, and the wolves too, as large as they are, they have to kind of hold themselves, and now you're really single file as you're moving through. As the switchbacks of this stream are moving, you also come through to a couple S compartments, which are kind of these S compartments, which are like these kind of crescent-shaped dug cliff sides that are reaching themselves over top, right, and the rubble underneath them kind of sending down into the actual water line here. So you have to get across those and navigate them as well. They actually produce some waterfalls at times, and the stream is going over them, and it's not some other passageway that got cleaved and destroyed over time. We know history here states that eventually we're supposed to reach an area that connects to the underneath of Trillia's fortress in some regards, just in a way of trying to get some treasure and things. And you notice that some of those passageways, you're going to run into them, but they have been cascaded down by rubble and clay and mud, and they've been lost. And there's been efforts dug away some of these shovels and pickaxes and other sorts of burlap sacks to try to haul some of this material out. It's there, left. They've been completely unsuccessful because above is so water ridden from the lake, so submerged that this rock turned to clay and soil's just coming down in heaps of tonnage. It's just not able. And you're in a very protected area of rock here that has been relatively undisturbed because it's just caved. It's carved by the water, and it's not carved by other means from above that would cascade material down. So this natural formation is really protecting you as you're working yourself through. One thing becomes very odd is that the water itself, this stream, is beginning to slightly be an off tinge of a green. And then the drips that you hear are actually from cracks as you begin to go underneath the lake. And the cracks here and this dripping, they sizzle as they drop down. And you see as the wolves, large, one of them gets hit, pulls back. Communicate they've been hit by acid. Burn them.
You okay?
Fell down. This guy looks, I'm fine. Continues to move past. Nimbly
You be
moving
careful of
in-
Iska.
Nimbly moving in these areas. The rock also begins to change. Becomes living matter. Vines, thorns, twisting around to form a living tunnel that moves and sways with the current of the lake. And you're now walking in an area that is not exactly straightforward. Most likely ballast and braided to the lake floor. You're descending down distance and distance of rough, difficult terrain. Eventually, an opening begins to form. Donlin, you press forward to the edge of a large and massive cavern. Deep bed of crumble. Your wolves are not placed upon here, as the tunnel and corridor forms a natural stone anchored and cemented into the ground. They are certainly with you, but there's a lot of, let's just dare say, not a lot of space to put large-sized tokens up. So, at least not here. So it's up to you to drag them down with you when you move. That's probably going to be the easiest thing for you anyways, because I don't think you want to move 2 tokens simultaneously. Of course, you can mount them. That eases it up as well. It's your choice. Now, I'm going to describe some things for those that can see. This entire cavern is dark. There's no light, it seems. You can hear the bubbling surface of this liquid. Not water. It is acid. And it gurgles and moves and shibbies as if it's alive. The ceiling height of this cavern spans greater than your dark vision will allow. Donlin, you have a fantastic dark vision, I think of 120 feet, and actually goes further than that into the darkness. And you can hear the writhing of vines and tendrils about the actual walls and the ceiling, some of which are thorn, looming, natural sorts of things that are magically created, all alive as it's pulling and turning and holding. Remains to be in the heart of Crepple Lake. You have that pressure as well. You feel pressure. This is a living and breathing cavern. It might collapse at a moment's notice, sustained by some magical means to be able to move. These rock rings, braided, held, be raised above the actual lake floor, not be at the base or bottom of it. They also could go all the way down, forming these massive rings. But you don't really know that right now. You just see some of these rocks and stones that are kind of tethered by the vines, that are kind of held and brambled. The vines are taut, holding them to the surface of this acid. In terms of terrain and elevation, we're not going to really concern ourselves with changing the elevation of your tokens while you're moving around the map. Just be mindful here that it's all up from where you're at to the central ring. So you could potentially be on these rocks in the outer ring here. Outside that outer ring, and you will have cover. You can duck down, hold yourself there. Get underneath the ring in front of you. But after that, there seems to be a lack of cover anywhere. In fact, these vine and tendril bridges are like catwalks of thin line you have to kind of stumble across to even get to the center of this cavern. You don't hear anything.
Out of curiosity, is there a way to determine how far beneath the lake we are?
No. You have no instrument of
just don't do
measurement
that
except
thing.
for time, and except for time, right? You can equate time, but you don't know really how far you've gone and how quickly you've gone. So you're lacking some information. Don't in the outside world, you can't see other measurements that would able to tell you the time that you've gone. Feel in the realms you've gone hours of your trek, your hike. As far as Crepple Lake being distance-wise, the pressure and feeling that, you know, probably you're feeling like maybe dozens upon dozens of meters down, right? Talking like hundreds of feet. So you're feeling it right now. Really coming down on it. The best as I can give you with what you have right now. Where's yours?
Jax, you want to do that thing?
I'll use the helmet again just to make sure. I guess it's in front of us, close, like I don't know, 50 meters or so.
taking a minute.
Oh, I think I froze. Did we get the answer?
No, I've not given you the answer yet.
Okay.
You
okay.
said you're taking time. 1 minute?
Just a minute for the helm. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Take a minute for the helm. It is extremely close, not right next to you. This thing is loud and vibrant. You're in a crack at a crevice as this tunnel is reaching forward. Anchored at the base, the stone, the living tunnel behind you. You have to step forward. Donlin has yet to make noise.
Surprisingly.
I think we're good, guys.
All right.
That's right.
I'm going to go ahead and jump across the rocks.
Are those rocks? I thought that was water.
No, it's water here, but it's
Wait,
rock
what?
to rock.
Oh, well, I can fly. It doesn't matter. I misread that.
Yeah, so
Had it backwards.
these are rocks tethered by vines to this outer ring,
Mhm.
and then you're kind of jumping from this crack here in the actual rock base that is held by that living cavern, anchoring that
Yeah.
stone together. You're jumping across. No distance here you can't cover with any of your strings. So
I was reading it inverted. I thought
Oh.
these were stones and this was water.
I was inverted. I
Yeah.
love it.
Okay.
Oh, like a moat here type thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, how? Oh, and I get it.
So Domlin's going to take a step forward. Domlin, I don't need you to move at this point. Claire and Kanan, you both step forward as well. This really comes down to Jax, Pip, and Lance having an opportunity to move at this point.
You want us to stop where we?
I mean, I interpret movements as they interpret,
It
but
was-
I'm also giving a
Okay.
chance because I know some players are either A, lagging, or B, they are having distractions. Like,
Yeah.
obviously.
It was.
Yeah.
It was my intention to stay next to Donlin. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't jumping into the water before I did that.
Yeah, and
So, yeah, I would
my
move, like,
intention
right
was
there.
to kind of, as I'm invisible, flank to the side. So
All right. So, Jax, I have you come to the side. Don't let you stepping forward. Can you step forward? Okay. As you step forward, you begin to listen with your ears. And you're hearing the acid move and roll. And the inner ring begin slowly shake and warble and move. The interior of that ring cascades with acid. And while that's going on, the acid around you begins to grow. And a light with a greenish hue. As if it's energized and emerging itself from the center point as it begins to cascade out, pulling itself, curling and whirling its body out of the center point, cracking into stone, whirling itself outwards at the base of the ring. Rises a massive dragon. Tattered flesh and weathered eyes, rotten in the jaw from the acid-acidic bite. Two horns curve themselves a little bit before coming to the base of the nostrils. That fume, acidic vapor. They have tattering of wings, the body mostly covered in other sorts of vegetation from the base of this lake floor. They drip and dribble with acid all around them. They fold the wings in, coiling like a serpent snake to be able to fit into this cavern. They look towards you with angered and with eyes, very vicious and conniving. Stare down towards you with the head as they arc, looking onto your tiny sized bodies. They do not attack outright. Stare down. You have come! What? Why are you here?
You know why.
Must
So
be
it's
rather
time for you to meet Thrym.
Must be rather disconcerting for you to no longer have your connection to whatever was on the other side of that congruence.
See his anger, the teeth shine. That I will have my revenge. They grip their teeth and they raise their talons upwards to strike. Everyone roll.
Can Michael, before we roll initiative, can I stick Olas in the tunnel that we came in now?
Well, so again, the wolves are interpreted to be next to you. They are next to you.
Okay.
So if you're going to have them next to you, your invisible location will go. They'll know where you're at. So if you want to have them in between where you're at and the opening of that entry, you can. You can slap them down. Like I said, this is entirely up to you. If you even want the wolves in this fight, you're going to have to put the wolves into a spot, and then at that point, make it relevant where you would imagine your wolf to be at this point of the fight. Just know that the Dawnland, you're the one kind of triggering this, your noise cascading onto the stone, deciding not to stealth. This is also a dragon's lair. The vines are moving and writhing. Probably as soon as you stepped onto those rocks, that dragon was surely coming and swimming up from here, from the underneath this lake, and emerging itself into this cavern. As far as you, Jack's concerned, nothing gives you a sign that this dragon is able to detect you. Just know that there is quite a bit that would, even if you are invisible, that this dragon potentially can sense you. Not just means of sensing, like like invisibility and other things like that, but also just basic perceptions, just like listening and watching and stuff. You know that what is the term here? You have the boots, right? Is it the boots of Elvenkind?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do.
So that's giving you kind of a leverage, I would say, from perceptions of hearing, since you can't be seen, right? So unless they have some sort of sensing and visibility, it doesn't really matter what your passive stealth is, because they can't hear you when you have the boots on. So that just doesn't give them any opportunity to tap into their passive. All right. So as always, for the wolves, if you're going to have the wolves in combat, they're going to roll their own initiatives. If you're going to have the wolves mounted, then you can have them after your turn in terms of what they're doing. Is everyone ready?
That's right.
Yeah.
Send
For Toe, I'm gonna stay mounted him the entire time, I think, so I'm not gonna roll him in.
Okay. All right, Kate, you're up, round one. Just note that the token work and the artwork is larger than the actual attack, the actual box of itself. So its wings and its head are far outreaching where its actual attack range would be.
Yeah, so he's going to look over to Donlin and reach out and touch. I assume he's going to want to use the Bane of Berethune to kill the
Oh,
dragon.
yeah. 100%.
That's my guess. And I will amplify Chaos Slice on the Bane of Berethune.
right, Bane of Thune getting an upgrade. All right, so we're gonna get an extra D8 of force damage here. I'll put it into the stat block. I really got to make a macro for this. I think actually I have the capabilities now. All the turbulence. And then it gets +1, right, to its attacking damage.
Yeah, +1 attacking damage, a D8. Yeah.
Right.
And then if he kills something, but that's not. Well, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna play. But if he kills something, he gets a bonus attack.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna use my flight to zip over here. I don't really have any bonus actions. That's gonna end my turn.
All right, ending turn. We are going to come to Grugash, but before we come to Grugash, there's a lair action on round 20 that is going to take place here. The lair action that is going to happen is going to be an acid rain that begins to fall down on everybody that is in the lair, except for, looks like, Isga, currently back in the cavern. Oh my gosh, it's sticky as. Oh my! I turned all of you guys at the same time. Hold on. All right, let's. Hey,
We're dancing.
Hey, I think I moved you kids. All right. All right, let's see if I can do this again. No. There you go.
Freaking toe.
So I rolled Jax, but it's not showing up for me on the deck save. Is it showing up for you?
I don't have it yet. Blues Gear still needs to roll.
Yeah, grab it. They don't have like advantage or anything, do they?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember if they had like the barbarian thing. Okay.
You can just manually roll it.
I have yours. It came through. What did you? Do you have anything that says you rolled anything? No.
I roll. I know I hit the dice by it. I rolled it, but I never saw
it just
anything come
didn't
through.
come
so.
through. Okay.
Yeah,
You can do, just go ahead and roll.
Yeah,
that.
I don't see it on mine.
Okay. Jax, do you have evasion?
I do.
Okay.
Level 7, baby.
Okay.
Yeah, I get to use it finally.
All right. So as the acid rain comes down, this is actually it doesn't really take advantage of that, unfortunately, because if you succeed, you actually take no damage, regardless if you have that feature or not. If you fail, you take full damage. So the only time that would come into play is if you failed it, then you would half it, because you automatically half, right, anything you fail. So I'm going to go ahead and run through the numbers here real fast. I want to make sure, because this is a massive thing here. Kanan, I have you to 9.
That's correct.
Gondlin, I have you to 7.
Yes.
Tazog, 14.
Yes.
Olas, 4.
Yep.
Blues Gear, 10.
Yeah, that looks.
Yep, okay. Pip is 19. The Tiger is 8. Claire is 17.
Yes, sir.
And Lance is 21.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And then, Kanan, you are immune to acid, so this doesn't matter if you succeed or not. This is straight acid damage. So as it falls upon you, Kanan, you can see that your body is overwhelmed by black draconic scales. They begin to ridge, forming this grotesque mask over your shoulders and the back of your head, coating you like an umbrella. And then they begin to hit, cascading down. You're completely unfazed by this. Your transformations, as the tentacles and the manifestations of yourself otherworldly come outwards. This is just part of the recipe of your character at this stage. These mutations and these other manifestations, albeit a nice one, this one is. Now, Donlin, you have resistance to acid damage, and you fail. So you're going to half 16 to 8 points of damage. I'm going to go ahead and assign 16 to the wolves here, all of which have failed. And then, Pip, I have you at a 19, which is going to be a success. You take no acid damage at all. The Sabertooth takes 16 points of damage, which I've already assigned here. And then I have Claire at a 17. That is a fail. Lance at 21 is a success. So Claire, you take 16. And Lance, you take nothing. Layer actions comes through. I had a rain effect that could apply to the map. It was actually causing so much lag that I'm not gonna apply.
Yeah, the dice were lagging hard, so.
Yeah. So that combined, because it was a splash thing, and then it was rain that would actually come down through all the map. It was taking my frames like crazy when I tested on OBS recording, and I was like, I don't know if I can understand that. So the Dragon Grugash is going to take its turn. It's going to start out with a Frightful Presence that begins to roar itself out loud. Now, this is going to target all inside of this cavern as it begins to ring out. If you do have a helm, or if you have another thing that causes you to be immune to be frightened, go ahead and still roll this check for me, and then we'll take it in stride.
Yep. Can I just click the advantage button?
The helmet only gives advantage. So.
Yeah, so the
Okay.
helm is advantage. You're going to click the plus icon for the helmet.
Pip ain't scared of no dragon.
Let's
This
go,
is great.
Olas.
This is great.
Look at Olas's roll. Olas the coward, my ass.
There's so many characters. This is like the most. This is the most like player characters I've had this fight. I think like ever. There's so many of you.
Well, so I tried to click on Jax's dice this time, and everybody's rolls kept, or Donald's roll bumped it up, and I couldn't click
know.
on
I'm
it.
trying to click on it. Yeah.
It's like, what the hell?
Okay. Jax, I have you at a 19.
Correct.
That's a success. Kanan, I have you at a 17. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
All right, that is going to be a failure. You are going to be frightened by this dragon and its presence. Olas, success. Todzog is going to be a failure. Applying the frightened condition to Todzog. And that crash. Hold on 1 second. Todd's getting
No shot
there.
that Olas the coward is the only wolf that made the frightful presence save.
Donlin, I have you at 11.
I forgot to roll with advantage, so I rolled a second one and got a 20.
Okay, that's going to be a success. Blues Gear is at a 5. That'll be frightened. Pip, have you at a success. Unfortunately, your tiger is going to be frightened.
Nah, he won't move. It's
Can't
fine.
move forward.
You're stuck.
Claire success, Lance success, Isga failure. Now, this is a frightful presence. It's not forcing you to run away by any means. It's just the frightened condition. It means you can't come closer to the source of fear. Fortunately, most of you right now, that would be actually going around the ring or any usable terrain is actually going to make you closer to this dragon. So you have to be a little bit wise or smart if you are frightened. You will attempt to make this saving throw again here at the end of each of your turns, and you can end it on a success. Now, if you do succeed, you actually are immune to a dragon's frightful presence for 24 hours, so this effect can't affect you again. So if you already succeeded, good for you. No worries there. Now the attacks of this dragon are going to be unleashed. It is going to send out its bite towards the Confessor Kanan, who has decided to make way moving forward towards them
this
here
will
in a
work,
flight.
But I'm gonna try.
Okay? So you're going to harden your bones here, and you are going to become immune to physical damage at this point. That's going to last until the start of your next turn, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You are going to take 10 points of acid damage, but then the scales are going to form. So you're going to harden yourself, bracing against the teeth as the head comes down on top of you. You're going to get bounced back into the thorns, and then the acid dribbles down upon you with the teeth as its nostrils down towards you. It just kind of swings its head like this to cleave through. And those actual scales now brace against the acid. You take no damage from this attack as it comes through. You're able to be completely immune. The talons, as they come swinging through, they are going to come and swing their claws, their talons. First attack in the direction of Donlin as they come upwards and down for a smash downwards towards you, Donlin. That is a 28 that will hit you. You take 15 points of damage. And then the next claw attack is going to be at Donlin again, which is going to be in range. 24 comes down for 21 as it swings, as it comes down, crashing with its talons downwards. as it
Those
reaches
non-magical attacks, by any
forward.
chance?
The claws are magical, dragon. Answer your question?
Yep.
Okay. So the reach of this dragon is based off of its artwork as it's raised forward and it's coming swinging through. So do be mindful as far as range is concerned. A little bit going rule-wise shifty in terms of attack ranges and such. I always base it off of range and distance from where its artwork is kind of outreaching outwards. So its head's kind of coming down towards you, or its talons are reaching for you. Because we are in a category that's far exceeding anything in the rule set. And so this is how I kind of do it instead of having these absurd ranges in its actual weapon stat blocks. That is going to be it for the dragon's turn. It makes no movements. Godzog's up.
Yeah. Just gonna move kind of to the edge of the ring. And he will take the dodge action, which is his turn.
All right. So as you end your turn here, Todzog is cowering in fear, wishes they were drunk. There's going to be a legendary action here from Grugash.
That sounds.
Oh, he also gets to remake that wisdom save, right?
Correct. So Todzog is going to try to fight off the fear effect, is unable. The dragon is going to just shift the ring, and acid kind of dribbles from its body as the acid kind of squashes as if it's creating mini quakes here in the actual ring. Kaden, you're flying. You're able to kind of keep around. And as that begins to happen, there are creatures that begin to pull themselves outwards of the ring that were invisible to the eye. As they begin to come through, I'm going to go ahead and reveal them onto the board. 3 of them on the right side. As they emerge, they're going to be fungus-like creatures that come out of the flower work, as they're simply called, as they pull themselves out. These mushroom-like thickened creatures, they're going to kind of pull themselves and join into the battle. All right, Lance, your turn.
Alrighty. Let us get here. Double check that a sling, I think, is 3120. Yep, 3120, so they're within range. So I will target the one that is... I'm assuming the altitude on the enemies is also scuffed, because they're, or are they still like down, hidden below the ring?
They're pulling themselves up now, so they're at the same
Okay.
level. Like, so we're not going to get too much into the
Yeah,
elevation
yeah.
of them, because that'll
Yeah, I know
complicate
you
it a
said
little
that.
bit.
Okay, so I'll target the one closest to me. And roll some text. Well, that's a good way to start the day.
Nice.
Natural 20. You do 18 points of damage. You send Shockwave, accepting mutation. As you
Moving in
slam,
north.
splintering that mushroom creature, just takes a large chunk out of it. It just whirls itself.
Back on the slime with you, foul beast. He's going to ricochet that north.
Okay. 28 is also going to hit. Deals 13.
Okay. And then I'm going to use my Horde Breaker attack to target the same one that he ricocheted to.
Okay. 14 hits and
Oh,
explodes.
Most excellent. And it will ricochet north.
Okay. 26 hits. Deals 13.
Okay. And then let's try to finish off with my extra attack, the one that was I first targeted.
Okay. 17 hits and you do 15. That one is dead as
Okay.
well.
When you say they explode, does it look like they actually puff up in like spores or something?
The best
Or
way I can
some-
say this is the same thing as like a mushroom fruiting body. If you grab it like a puffball and you grab it and like spores like shoot out of you.
Yeah, okay, interesting. I wouldn't get too close to those guys. I think something might happen if you inhale whatever they're putting out. That'll be my turn. Thank you.
Okay. Ending turn. Before we get to you, Jax, Grugash is going to take a legendary action and is going to go for a detect. Dragon seems to clue in on your presence, smelling the air, taking a waft of all the combatants on the battlefield.
You done?
Your turn? Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna move over here. In the oath bow, I will say, "Swift death to you who have wronged me," to activate it.
Okay.
And before I take a shot with it, I will hex the dragon. Let's see, disability. Oh boy, what do we have? I'll go with man, I don't know what anybody's gonna cast on it. I'll go with wisdom. And then I will shoot the oath bow at it.
Okay. This should proc you for the advantage based on the invisible conditions. We'll just keep you at that because you technically have advantage with the oath bow once you swear
Correct.
it to your enemies here.
And then 25. I don't know if it hits or not, but sneak attack should apply.
Yeah, it hits. 37 points of damage here on the attack. Let me go ahead and see damage-wise. We got a bunch of D6s and a D8. We didn't roll the extra 3d6 on the attack.
Oh, for the oath bow, yeah.
Yep. Just gotta roll 3d6 more for me.
Are you fucking kidding me?
43 points of damage dealt. You land a blow into this dragon. You are the first one, good sir, to actually land a shot with the oath bow, swearing it begins to light. You send out an arrow as it curves in the direction of its right kind of hinge here between some of the scales of its neck, cascades in a large penetration. And you see there is no shadowy aura. There's no energy about the dragon. And there's no purple and pink cackling lightning.
I bet that felt good. I'll end my turn.
Ending turn.
Okay. Let's see. Let's just... I can't get closer, but I can do this. So, question. Where do I have to hit him with this in order for him to count?
Anywhere that it targets him. So,
Okay.
big ass son of a bitch.
You can never go wrong with center mass.
Indeed.
That's what I wanted. One down.
All right.
Hopefully two down.
Rugash will use legendary resistance to choose to succeed instead against your DC 20 ability here. So you send out the hypnotic pattern. You can see the wave of energy come through. Rugash takes its right wing, splashes into acid, creates like a wall of acid upwards. The euphoric effect of dazzling lights cascades into the liquid. Spell has no effect.
Okay. Donlin, since you're going to be up soon, let's go ahead and give you some inspiration here. And I'm just going to sit here.
All right, we come to Flusgear.
Well, he is afeared, so I think he's just gonna hop over on this rock
Okay.
and take the dodge action.
All right, taking the dodge action here. Bring him into some distance, separating out. And make sure to roll another wisdom saving throw at the end of Flusgear's turn.
Good. Wisdom. They're good at this.
Oh, yeah!
I think that wolves made of dragon blood would be like.
Olas the cowering, the only wolf standing that is not cowering. Not today!
Not
Looks
today,
towards
my
the dragon.
And he's you know what? He brought him into the fight, so he's gonna go.
Well, that's over acid, sir.
Can he jump it? That was gonna be my question.
No, definitely
you
not.
can't even jump it?
That is way too far.
What, 5, 10, 15? Oh, I guess 20 feet. Yeah. Sorry, I'm zoomed out, so I was.
You're
looking-
okay. That's also up
bigger.
too. Like I said, that's like up here. You're down here. Your wolf would like have to do a fucking
But
Michael Jordan,
Now
baby.
he could go across these vines right here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
you're gonna run up. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's 20 feet. There's his whole movement of 50 feet. He's going to target the dragon with his cold breath first,
Okay.
and only on this, but going to go ahead and do that.
All right.
Oh, clicked the wrong thing.
Unleash the breath. All right, so the breath is going to come out here. The dragon is going to succeed against a DC of 12. It's going to half 22 to 11.
I think that's all that I can. This is the first time I've used him in combat because he's always been scared. Yeah, I think that's all I can do. So I'm going to end his turn.
Okay. So at the end of your turn, before we come to Donlin, Rugash, seeing Olas charge up over the vine rope and come in for a breath, releases its tail from underneath the acid. From the ring itself comes curling from underneath the actual liquid behind Olas. The dragon will take a tail attack. 32 hits. They do 21 points of damage as they swing through, clearing space as Olas is cleaved, wincing outwards as they smash into the ground, dragged violently, and then the tail strike
Did I
lifts
do
himself. Are you out?
No, I'm back.
Okay.
I think
We heard you the
out
whole
for a
time.
second.
Yeah, we heard you the whole
Yeah.
time.
Oh,
You're fine.
everyone's camera froze for like 2 seconds.
Discord
I had
problems.
the same.
It's got to be
I
the
had the same thing
change
happen
because
earlier.
Discord went through that update and then that term of service thing. I got to tell
It's
you right
true.
now,
Yeah.
it's been weird. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's been super weird after that. So
Yeah, my Discord crashed today too. So
yeah, I wonder if they are having some problems and maybe community hacking going on because of the crazy shit the TOS. Who knows? You're watching Discord. I don't know why it was necessary. Godlin, you're up. You saw Olas not cowering, charge forward, breathing breath, take a hit from a tail from this
Oh.
massive, over 100-foot long dragon clearing its tail through. Olas is very badly injured at this point from one hit.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing, and I'm just gonna run across.
You're gonna get badly injured in one hit. Don't do that.
No, all right, you
Oh my
charge
God, that
forward. Hold
Generally
the
not a
Beta
good
Mary
idea.
Thune, wisping with the manifestations of Canaan's beautiful radiance. Palor light is upon your weapon.
That's right.
Giant smite up. Looking at the dragon, it
interesting.
whistles. Wants
Did you get bigger?
blood.
It doesn't look like
Yeah, I
it.
did. No, the dragon's just gargantuan.
Uh,
It's fine though. I don't care.
We're not about comparing sizes. here.
Swinging the Bane. 22. And that is going to hit, and it looks like I fixed the cool formula, so you're welcome for the automation. All right, that's going to deal 37 points of damage to the dragon as you whistle the blade through, cutting, slicing.
It's looking rough.
Next attack comes through. That is going to be a 20 with the flank, courtesy of Kanan. Can't count the NPC. I'm not going to count the wolves into the flank, so you're going to get a +1 here. 21 is your attack, and 21 is going to be good enough to hit. Go ahead and roll 3d6 for me. And that is going to deal another 37. Is that the same exact fucking roll? Oh my god! What the hell? That is nuts. And a fire rune here. Creature will fail with a 14. Is going to take 10 points of fire damage and is going to be restrained by your rune.
Oh, he didn't legendary resistance that. Okay.
Did not.
Well, in that case,
I also, before you attack, 32 hits. You deal 30 points of damage. Do be mindful, you're only facing one enemy. You can keep track of your own flank at this point. There is a flank condition you can assign. So I will be giving you the benefit of the doubt, but since there's only one enemy, you can always clue that in. You deal 30 points of damage, taking that Beta Mary Thune to this dragon. Soaks in the blood of that dragon as you strike through its talon, swinging itself through to parry the blows. You're cutting into the paw. Next attack. 32 hits. That is
No
gonna be
shot. You're
33
rolling the
points of
same
damage.
stuff.
I think that's everything I can do. So that is the end of my turn.
All right. Ending turn. We come to the lonely shroom. It is going to make a dash. And as it dashes, it's going to jump down onto the rock next to Fluskir. Begins to whirl its hands in the direction of the wolf, as if it's going to get ready to do something. Blair, your initiative is pretty bad. But we
Yep.
got to you.
Coming in.
Yep.
I mean, we almost killed him before we got to you, though. You know, it's close.
Yeah.
Totally close.
Okay. Get up there. Then we could do this. Then we could use. I think these are both. Yeah. Boots of Transposition to teleport out of this spot.
Okay.
You don't like that spot?
Man,
the
you know
spot.
what? Don't really like this frontal area aspect. You know,
Yeah, no, it's
Like where you want to
As
go.
long as you don't get breathed on.
I'm gonna go over here. Should do it.
So,
Yeah?
if she's frightened, I'm just gonna roll the wisdom save and see if I can get him unfrightened, and that'll be his turn.
Okay. Ooh, unfortunately, unable. Still frightened.
At least he's out of the acid rain. Alright.
Okay, so we're now going to come to the top of round 2. Just be mindful, we are 30 minutes past our normal time. Obviously, since we started late, I want to make sure we cover that time. We definitely cover that time. We have another round of combat that we can get through here. We can pause at some point between the rounds, but always fair is fair. Make sure you all have a round. So it's up to all of you if you want to play this round out and probably go another potentially 20 minutes.
I mean, personally, I'm good, but I could keep going if everyone else wants to.
I'm good to pause it here.
Yeah, it's really up to the East Coast folks. I don't. It doesn't
I'm
matter to
It's
me.
East
Kind
Coast
of.
folks at this point, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm good either way. I don't really care. I have nothing
And
to do
I know
tomorrow, but
you won't say it, but I think Lance has some stuff he needs to probably concentrate on and work on at some point as well.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
yeah.
no, you are. I mean, I was late. I was like an hour late. So
Probably-
I'm good. I'm good pausing here to
Okay.
pick this up next week. We
Yeah,
got
I've
to the
been,
fight.
I've been
That was
multitasking heat conduction
yeah.
homework, so sorry.
Yep. I was gonna say my kids are right
good,
behind
man.
me, so
You've
We
been
definitely
good.
started this fight. Late. Remember, we weren't going to get to the dragon fight today. You had a plan to do the tower today, and so we kind of went
Yeah.
through the tower, getting through that quickly, and into the dragon fight, which probably would have happened next week and not this week. So, what we went ahead and got started with it. You can see that the dragon is as large and ferocious as it was before when it flew over the battlefield. Kanan, you have yet to use any of the stone's abilities in attempting to do what might do that this round. We don't know. And you actually showcased immunity to this dragon's attacks. You hardened yourself, and then the acid immunity. I mean, you're just like a tank when fighting this dragon. So seeing no damage from that vile bite filled with acid, those massive gargantuan teeth. You're able to defend yourself. In terms of damage, Donlin and Olas sustained a lot of damage here. But Donlin, you have quite a bit of health pool to be able to work through, a lot of potions. Olas, not so much, so that could become a challenging problem. And then damage-wise, we had 2 sources of damage from Jax and Donlin that did critical damage here to the dragon. However, the dragon is extremely sturdy, heavy health pool here as it's taking the blows through its talons and its paws and it's kind of just throwing them off at this point, and is going to get ready in its next turn here right after Kanan here. So we'll see what happens. Good job on the Frightful Presence. That takes a lot of people out of dragon fights like super quickly. So good job getting those off, or at least even you, Kanan, right, taking the opportunity to charge forward first to get in range instead of getting frightened right off the rip. And then we do have 1 legendary resistance down, and the dragon is restrained here from the fire room. Okay, so just give it a little bit of a synopsis, if you will, of the current state of things of the fight. I'm going to pull us off of this map, so that way when you're loading back into it, it's not going to be crazy load times or anything like that, so you're able to kind of get on. And then no experience points for today because we are in the middle of combat. If you're watching this stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Do check out Group 9. Next week, I was going to say the name I thought of, but I'm not going to say it because it's really messed up. We're going to go Group 9 next week. And Fridays at 5 p.m. PST, and we'll see if they get through this dragon fight. Right now, it's looking really promising. They're doing a wonderful job charging forward. Yeah, thanks so much for watching, and see you later. Bye!
Bye.
Bye.